Okay. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry that we are starting a little late today. That was unavoidable. But welcome to the start of our competition conference, and our special gratitude to you for having moved further south than our originally conceived venue, which was the University of Cape Town. We didn't move today because we wanted to be closer to the sea or to the beach. We moved because of circumstances at that university at the moment, which you all know of and which I don't need to repeat. But we are very grateful to have as one of our co-hosts, together with the Competition Tribunal and the Competition Commission, is to have the University of Cape Town as our co-host. So whilst we regret not being on that campus today for obvious reasons, we're very pleased to be sharing it with them. And representing the university today is a man you know wearing many guises, best known as a TV talk show host, occasionally known as our Judge President of our Appeal Court, but he is coming to us in a different guise today, Judge Dennis Davis, and I'll let him explain what that guise is. Judge Dennis Davis.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Norman. Yes, the gentleman is the Judge President of the Competition Appeal Court. That's another person who will be talking tomorrow. That's the guy who's attacked by David Lewis incessantly. I'm Professor Davis, who's representing the law school. The Dean, unfortunately, can't be here this morning and regrets that. And that's partly because, as you know, the universities are having quite a hard time of it at present. And unfortunately, for that reason too, we've not been able to have the event as we were hoped at the University of Cape Town. So we apologize for that. And on behalf of the University of Cape Town's Law School, I've been asked to welcome you, which I'm delighted to do, and to welcome Honourable Minister of Economic Development and the Commissioner of the Competition Commission, as well as our guests from Brazil and from Russia, and where else did you tell me? And India, and all of you who've come from various parts of the world to be here. I can see a lot of old friends who come here very often and have contributed considerably to the development of our competition jurisprudence and policy over time. Welcome to all. These conferences are truly very important in the sense that they give us a time to reflect upon where we've come from and where we're going. And it's pretty obvious that dealing with questions of policy and economic growth in a country like ours, which is not growing this year or maybe just will edge over into positive territory, and I read that the Minister of Finance suggests that next year we'll grow at more than 1%, but that's hardly satisfactory. So the questions of how competition policy can help that are really important. At the University of Cape Town, I mean, we really are committed to teaching students, well, when we can, issues of competition law. Our competition law department, I should say, which consists of myself, David Unterholt, SC, and Michelle Leroux, we like to think of ourselves as a fairly diverse lot, since we've got 2 members of the bar and 1 judge who teaches competition law both at the LLB and at the LLM stages, that we're deeply committed to this particular area. And so for us to have helped to host this event was a great honor. And it's just, hopefully, in the not too distant future, we'll actually be able to have an event at the university, at the beautiful campus at the University of Cape Town, which is where this should have been. But I'm not going to take up any more of your time. I just want to welcome you all here to this rather strange structure that we're all in. But to say yet again, that we're delighted to have you here. We're delighted to be able to deliberate upon these particular issues and to actually drill down into matters of competition policy and growth, which are absolutely vital for the future of this country, and indeed, might I say, other developing countries which are present here. And without any further ado, I suspect I should call upon the Commissioner, who is really going to say many more sensible things than myself.
Thank you, Judge Davis. I think you decided to take over the presiding, but That is fine. Chairperson of the tribunal and our co-host and Minister of Economic Development, Mr. Ibrahim Patel, esteemed guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, let me also join Judge Davis in really extending a warm welcome to all of you, to our conference and to the city of Cape Town. I was tempted to say something about Cape Town, but not only do I not have time, but I think there are better qualified people in this room to talk about Cape Town, including the minister himself who hails from here. It's good to see you all attending this 10-year conference now, which has really grown in stature and in the numbers of people who attend it. And it's a very good time and space to reflect on what we do. Because over the year, we all at different sides often and at different platforms. So this is a very nice platform just before the end of the year that provides us an opportunity to really step back and reflect. A lot of battle-hardened people take very little time to check if there is still a rationale for the war and whether they are winning the war. So in the midst of cases that we do and victories that we score, big and small, oftentimes we forget to think about the ultimate goal. So this conference in part enables us to do that. Yesterday we had a workshop, Minister, a technical workshop really where we had experts from our partners at CRES, as well as our other invited guests giving lectures on various topics of competition law. Some were familiar, but some were highly technical and complex. I hope that you all enjoyed that. I'm happy I did survive the econometrics, and I'm really wiser. I think that this is one area where we can never finish learning. It's an area where all the time there are new issues and there are new developments. And the exciting thing is most of these issues tend to have some universal appeal. Local context, yes, quite important, and I've emphasized that in the past. But a lot of the technical concepts, in fact, do have universal appeal. I'm one of those people who have been very skeptical when people say that, well, some of the cartelists get involved in cartels without being aware that they are breaking the law. I've always taken this with some cynicism. But we were settling on Monday, actually, a very strange cartel where we had a price war taking place, and one of the participants who was clearly not winning the war came complaining that the competitor is charging below price and therefore engaged in predatory pricing. When, as we were looking at the complaint, they sent us an email saying, well, don't worry about the complaint. We've resolved the matter. We've agreed on price. I think that we should get many, many more businesses attending this sort of conferences. And yes, Judge Davis, I think one of the things that we must do is to also get more students to attend. I think this is one thing that I think ourselves and the tribunal must think about, how we can incorporate a program within this conference that would attract students and maybe look at the timing, because I know that they're supposed to be now writing or about to write exams. Whether that happens or not, I don't know, but I think we need to really to enlarge the pool, because this is why we are wanting partnerships with institutions of learning, is that we are not comfortable as competition practitioners with the lack of competition in the competition practice. There are so few of us here. There are some advocates I can see on the floor. They are really absolute monopolists when it comes to this area. And I think the economists are worse, actually, at least in South Africa. I was talking to two of them last night, and I was saying, ever since I came, I've only seen 3 people testifying locally before the competition tribunal. Well, we've added 4 now with Liberty's recent successful defense of a merger. But actually, we don't have many people who testify before the tribunal. And I don't know why this is the case. And part of the reason is skepticism about knowledge, the knowledge base that we have in the country. Of course, there are other things that I think that we could do better, like giving new people a chance, because, you know, experts are people with track record, but somebody must start somewhere. So somebody must go and testify in that first hearing, and then you can decide how much weight you want to attach to that expertise. So I think it's a big training. It's a big training challenge, and it's one that I think, as competition authorities, we should also take with strides. We want to formalize some of the agreements with some of the universities. We've been talking to people. We have, I think, a few initiatives. I know that University of Johannesburg has got some of our former colleagues there. They have poached a few people from us, but we're very glad that they've started something there. UCT as well. I think Stellenbosch, we are also talking to them. We're talking to some of the historically black universities. I'm glad that Forte is here. I think really you should be in competition with each other, but in this case we would also encourage some form of cooperation. I did not say collusion, but I think we would need to share the few resources we have, because we have few good teachers as well as a result of this area being small. And I think we have to think about how we collaborate and share the limited knowledge we have so that we continue to expand in this area. I was going to talk to you about what we've done so far as the competition authorities, but I am running out of time, and I have a very strict presiding officer behind me. We have been doing a lot of work in the area of cartels, as everybody knows. And I think this area is going to increase over time. I was surprised myself that in a week, sometime in the past month, we referred 8 different cartels in one day for prosecution. I think it's not an exaggeration that we are uncovering an enormous number of cartels. And we have a choice to make whether we let others go or we increase our focus on them. I think, as far as I'm concerned, we cannot stop uncovering cartels because we are busy prosecuting the ones we've already uncovered. I think that would weaken our deterrence message. So there's a very strong case here, Minister, for really reconsidering whether we are actually better resourced and better structured to respond to this challenge. And you know that we have made a request as the Competition Commission with regards to this. But actually, I'm not just talking about us, I'm talking about the entire system. I think that I don't know how the tribunal is going to cope with the kind of role that I can see coming in the next months and coming years. I just can't imagine all of these cartels being prosecuted through this, going through the system, at least as it is currently operating and structured. So I think that the successes we've seen in cartels are breeding new problems, which is really about how we address this problem from a resource point of view, but also from maybe a public engagement point of view, because I think enforcement in itself, I don't think is going to stamp out cartels. I think there are a lot of serious conversations that I think policymakers, enforcers like ourselves, as well as business, must have about what seems to be really a rampant culture of collusion in South Africa. I travel a little bit and I see what people do in other countries, and I still think that South Africa have a particular problem when it comes to this. And I don't have time to explore the history of all of this. But given the damage that cartels cause in our economy, I'm also very excited that finally the amendments introducing criminal sanctions have come into effect. And I'm sure that together with the criminal prosecuting authorities, we should be able to assist each other in making sure that prosecutions are successful. And I'm also very delighted, Minister, with the work that we've done and your leadership in making sure that we remove whatever legal or other practical impediments into this objective. I know that we get asked all the time about when are we sending people to jail. My simple response is usually that, well, we don't send people to jail, the NPA does. But I'm very aware of the need for us to cooperate and make sure that this does happen. I am now a believer that the fines, at least at the level at which we have them, are not enough. So I think that criminal sanctions are needed to complement these fines. But also, I think that as the competition system, tribunal, competition appeal court, as well as the policymaker, we ought to also be talking in general about whether the deterrence message is getting delivered with the kinds of fines we've levied. I think we've done well. I mean, I think over time, we've had, I made an example the other day that when we were negotiating one of the bread fines, we fined, I think, Tiger Brands. We were negotiating with them because it was a settlement. A settlement, they have to agree to the number. We proposed 100 million, and we were really firm on this. And they said, no, we won't be the first one to breach this psychological barrier of 100 million. And they were prepared to settle with 99 million. So that was 2007. 2016, we settled with AMSA at 1.5 billion. So the fines over time have increased significantly. I don't downplay that. But the rate and the level at which we are still uncovering cartel does kind of bring into question whether actually the deterrence, that is the whole objective of fines, is being attained. Let me leave that there and talk a little bit about the theme of the conference before I sit, Norman. We have chosen as the theme competition policy and growth. And we know that the South African economy over time has had a huge problem of concentration, and that has become now a cliche. We've done a study ourselves that shows that 70% of the major sectors in the economy would have a dominant firm, whether it's one or it's some kind of an oligopoly. Many people have raised this issue, including the World Bank, actually. And what this does in the main that worries us is that the large dominant firms tend not to innovate and become inefficient. And in the process, how they protect their market share is through gatekeeping. So some of the answers that we've had to our economic problems, which is financing entrepreneurs, in an environment like that become inadequate. Because if you are entering a market, where are you going to find inputs? In fact, if we are sponsoring you to enter a farming or an agro-processing business, where are you going to sell your product? Where 80% of route to market is controlled by 4 people. So you've got to reach an agreement with one of these 4. When it comes to food, you have 2 major producers, including basic food commodities like bread. I mean, bread in South Africa predominantly is produced by 3 firms, very unusual. So it seems to me, Minister, that one of the big problems we have, and there's a whole panel to discuss this, but one of the problems we have is we're not going to solve this through one tool. It's not going to take a particular enforcement case to resolve this. We've got to see whether, for example, DFIs are financing entry. They are taking risks, and they are going to where competition is needed. Because I think the culture from what we've seen has been to invest in already existing and often monopolistic firms, because those are the ones that guarantee returns. I don't want to mention names. But actually, our DFIs are heavily and predominantly invested on these firms. And it's really a very big shift to say, you know, how much of your funding is directed at entry, at risk, at innovation, and in new markets. The one last thing that will be the focus of the conference I just want to touch on is this issue of international cooperation and globalization. We ourselves, I think our most controversial measures have been the ones with an international dimension. There is an unprecedented consolidation across sectors. We are now looking at a lot of measures in the agro-processing area, the seed manufacturers. We had a measure last month. We have a measure we're looking at this month. That those are global measures that are going to change the face of that industry forever. And we've seen in the past growth in businesses that are in their nature cross-border, new and emerging disruptors, some of the big data cases. All of these cases involve people selling products and services across borders. And one of the limitations of the competition instruments is how inward-looking they are. France and Germany, for example, have just released reports now on big data. The EU is doing a lot of work on this. You know, and you just ask yourself, how many people must investigate Google? Because the commitments you want are the same. They are exactly the same. If you want access by other search engines, you want to protect your advertisers, the issues are exactly the same. But you have India, you have, I think the Russians have a Google case. If I'm not mistaken, the Chinese are also looking at it now. So actually, what kind of Google do we want? And what commitments are we expecting these big data companies to make? And can they really apply country by country? So it's impossible to expect that business models can be designed for each country. And it seems to me that these new issues require a new approach on how we enforce competition laws. Of course, that we've seen also that the enforcement in largely developed countries against cartels and things like that has, in some instances, led to the creation of safe harbors in countries that are under enforcing. How do you deal with these problems? So I think that these are things that I'm looking forward to listen to the debates, and I wish everybody an enjoyable time at the conference and in Cape Town. Thank you.
Commissioner Bonakele, thank you very much, and thanking Professor Davis, I should say, in his hat today. You'll see him in his judicial hat tomorrow, not necessarily the robes. It gives me great pleasure to now welcome our keynote speaker for the morning, our Minister of Economic Development, Ibrahim Patel, who is very well known to this audience. So I don't need to give you any further explanation. It certainly has been a year in which the Minister has been very active in the competition front. As you'll be aware, he's reached agreements with parties in two very high-profile mergers. As Commissioner Bonakele has mentioned, there's been the introduction of the criminalization in the South African Competition Act, and the Minister has also recently spoken of further amendments to the Competition Act. So it's a very topical time to have the Minister, and we're very pleased to have him with us this morning to give our keynote address. Minister Patel, thank you.
Judge President and Professor Dennis Davis and members of the Competition Appeal Court, Chairperson Norman Manoyem and members of the Competition Tribunal, Commissioner Thembinkosi Bonakele and staff of the Commission, guests and delegates from South Africa and elsewhere in the world, our visitors from the rest of the African continent, from the BRICS countries and from the OECD, delegates and many friends in the audience. It's a great pleasure to be here today at the 10th Annual Competition Law, Economics and Policy Conference in my home city, Cape Town, one with a largely undeserved reputation for taking things a bit easy, in which the great winds of competition seem not to blow quite as strongly as the southeaster. That powerful consumer cartel, represented by the SRC of the local university, who of course seek to extract greater margin from the tax stack, has shifted your venue from the slopes of the mountain to the shores of the ocean. Who says there's no advantages to cartels? I want to start by congratulating the Commission and the University of Cape Town for the annual conferences, which have become a great marketplace of ideas and debate, and a great network for practitioners. Last year, the conference was held in eThekwini, and this year you chose Cape Town. In my address to the conference last year, I laid out the rationale for public interest considerations to be seen as an essential part of mature, evolving competition policy. Today, I want to cover some contextual remarks on global and domestic growth, the inequality challenge, and the new surge of technological innovation that is remaking our world. And I want to highlight some notable achievements in the past year in domestic competition policy. Competition policy, of course, is traditionally about constraining and preventing abuse of monopoly power that damages the economic environment for competitors. You will recall Adam Smith's observation that people of the same trade seldom meet together, even for merriment and diversion, but the conversation ends in a conspiracy against the public or in some contrivance to raise prices. As delegates here will know, antitrust law arose in the particular context of the growth of large and powerful corporations in the 19th century in the United States, and the need to constrain them. The world today is very different and more complex to that of the Sherman Antitrust Act of 1890. In the last 126 years, competition policy too has evolved, and South Africa has contributed significant innovation to the remit of competition policy, particularly on an explicit set of public interest considerations that include employment and small business development. The first part of the 20th century saw the consolidation of industrial power in Europe, the United States, and Japan. But Africa and large parts of Asia and Latin America remained largely outside the mainstream of economic growth and expansion. Towards the end of the century, however, following the growth in other Asian economies, China started on a growth journey that over the next 30 years generated the largest levels of industrial expansion seen in human history. South Africa's economic growth trajectory is worth recalling. After the early colonial period, in which we were essentially a stopover for the more lucrative European colonies in Asia, gold and diamonds were discovered and ushered in the early phase of our industrialization. Particularly from the 1920s, the state played a central role in driving heavy industry through support for large capital goods, coal-based chemicals, and electricity projects. During the Second World War, the disruption of supply lines between South Africa and Europe gave further impetus to an inward industrialization and import replacement program through the export of minerals, which remained the main driver of local growth. By the late 1970s, though, this program had begun to run out of steam. The rise of unions and resistance to apartheid challenged the low-wage model on which this was built. Sanctions, combined with limited domestic market and state suppression of black-owned small enterprises, fostered market concentration. Domestic conglomerates became involved in everything from mining to manufacturing to finance and retail, often in the same company. By the late 1980s, domestic economic growth had faltered, in part due to the cost of maintaining the system and the rise in military spending. From 1994, our new democracy embraced a different vision. The Reconstruction and Development Program, adopted by the ANC at the time as its governance vision, foresaw a new society based on democratic institutions, labor rights, the meeting of basic needs, and crucially, a competitive economy. It is in this context that the Competition Act and the Labor Relations Act were adopted in that early window of the first administration, part of a suite of legislation that sought to create the legal framework for the RDP's economic vision. Of course, the reality of market power soon asserted itself, and faced with the pressures of reducing budgets, which had soared in the last years of apartheid, government adopted GEAR, which sought to ignite growth through market liberalization. By the early 2000s, the economy was faced with contradictory pressures. On the one hand, this enormous rise in mineral prices, creating new demand, pulling the South African economy into higher growth. On the other hand, and in fact, one of the big sources of demand was China. On the other hand, a loss of market share to Chinese manufactured imports. Still, as mineral prices rose to levels almost unmatched in history, from around 2003, the economy grew strongly. The mineral boom was accompanied by a rapid expansion of credit and an uncompetitively strong rand. As a result, significant parts of light manufacturing was lost. High growth rates were being achieved, but the economy was not diversifying sufficiently, and the foundations of long-term prosperity were not being put in place. The 2008-9 global economic crisis, they say very often a crisis is when the water recedes and you see what people are wearing. It plunged the South African economy into the first recession of the democratic era. It led to the loss of about 1 million jobs. Continued high mineral prices and a stronger state investment in infrastructure, however, helped to sustain that initial recovery. That progress is now under threat since commodity prices fell by over half from 2011. Now, I raise these points today as the context of this conference is not the detail of competition policy as in how can we improve the administrative efficiencies of filing. You've chosen growth as the overarching theme. So what is it that we've sought to do? What is it that the National Development Plan as the vision for the country seeks to set out? And in explaining that and in contextualizing a little bit your conference theme, I'm going to go to that recession, the first recession in the democracy. The recession led to work within government on finding a more coherent economic strategy. One was finally adopted in October 2010. It was labeled the New Growth Path, and in essence, it placed employment at the heart of economic policy. It set quantitative targets on jobs. It identified 10 jobs drivers where new employment growth could come from, and it set out what it called policy drivers for jobs-rich economic growth. One of those policy drivers was competition policy. Others included higher state investment in infrastructure, stronger industrial policy, agrarian reform, a technology policy, small business development, skills enhancement, and African regional integration. Now, between the adoption of that policy and today, 5-year period, just short of 5-year period, some 2 million net new jobs have been created in South Africa. Total employment rose from 13.6 million just before the adoption of the policy to 15.5 million by June this year. But there's a very big caveat. In normal times and in a normal economy, a nearly 15% increase in employment over 4 years would certainly be an acceptable outcome. Jobs grew around 1% a year faster than population in this period. But South Africa's challenges require much faster jobs growth. We have inherited large levels of unemployment. We have a very youthful population. And indeed, in that period that I said, jobs grew by about 2 million. The labor market grew by 2.8 million. And this pressure on jobs will not abate anytime soon. 29% of the population is under 14 years old. Far more than, for example, Germany and China, where the figure is about 15%. Let's look at the global growth story. Global growth this year is projected to be 3.2%. Over the past 7 years or so, it's hovered around 3%, significantly below the trend line prior to the 2008 global economic crisis. So we cannot look to global growth to be the principal engine pulling South African economic performance. There's a lively discussion among policymakers globally on the extent to which economic growth is currently meeting broader goals, public goals such as employment creation, growth in household income, distributional equity, reduction in poverty, and so on. The 2016 edition of the World Employment and Social Outlook by the ILO noted that global unemployment levels were rising and reached 197 million last year, 27 million more people than in the pre-crisis period. Inequality has become an ever larger concern for policymakers. The work of Joseph Stiglitz, who addressed the conference last year, and Thomas Piketty on inequality provided more detailed information on the impact, the extent, and the sources of inequality, and what we can do about it. Not only does inequality undermine both social cohesion and the benefits of growth, research also shows increasingly that sustainable growth is not possible in highly unequal societies. More recently, work for the IMF by Austria and others demonstrated the various ways that deep inequality rules out economic development. Fundamentally, it's not possible to build a common project around economic development and growth as long as inequality remains at profoundly deep levels. We cannot ask our people to work together to grow the economy as long as the majority see the benefits going to others but themselves. There is a growing consensus among governments across the world that reducing high levels of inequality is necessary. The question is how? It is obvious that certain types of market conduct, excuse me, and actions that are the subject of competition policy, including mergers and acquisitions, for example, do, under certain circumstances, aggravate the inequality challenge in societies. Let's accept that's part of the reality. In a thoughtful article on antitrust, competition policy, and inequality, Jonathan Baker and Stephen Sullivan argue that antitrust law and regulatory agencies should do more to address inequality. It's about the inclusive part of inclusive growth. They say, and I quote, Congress could add an explicit public interest goal to the Sherman and Clayton Acts that would instruct the courts to interpret as allowing the use of antitrust laws to address distributional effects. Regulatory agencies that address competition issues under the existing public interest standards could recognize distributional considerations as explicit and higher priority public interest goals, end quote. In their footnote, they cite the South African merger laws that take account of employment. This approach is even more valid in South Africa, where inequality has begun to threaten the very foundations of our democratic compact. In this context, high levels of concentration has pushed up prices on basic necessities. Moreover, the effective suppression of smaller enterprises has slowed overall employment growth, further adding to inequalities. Against this background, I think there is merit in considering an explicit reference to inequality in the public interest tests in the Competition Act. And indeed, from a drafting point, it requires the addition of a provision to Section 12A3 of the Act. I would invite your comments on the suggestions. Delegates, innovation has been at the heart of industrialization in the last 3 centuries. But something very significant is now emerging, so significant that it's been called the Fourth Industrial Revolution. It promises to disrupt economies and societies, perhaps as profoundly as the shift from farm to city did in Europe in the 18th and 19th centuries, and in South Africa from 1870s. By the Fourth Industrial Revolution, analysts refer to major economic and technological trends that are maturing into what the World Economic Forum calls their tipping points, something that they'll reach within the next 10, 15, 20 years, from whence their impact becomes systemic. They affect the structures of our societies. These developments include 3D printing that may transform the manufacturing model, advanced robotics that expand the range of automation in industry and across services, driverless cars and the ubiquitous use of drones that may become the principal logistic systems of the future, new materials used in production that are stronger, thinner, and lighter, that will revolutionize product development and product life cycles, artificial intelligence that thinks and adjusts automatically by learning from experience, unlike politicians, and will become embedded in many applications, neurotechnologies and implantable technologies in the human body, as well as what is called wearable internet technologies in our clothing that will entail constant connectivity and new types of feedback loops of medical, spatial, and other information. The Internet of Things and connected homes, smart cities that are better planned and where significant quantities of work, that which is still done by human beings, are done from home with advanced video technology to people together. Crowdsourcing, not only for raising capital, but also for product design and collaborative projects. And of course, big data that changes planning, policy development, and perhaps even democratic decision making. Whereas the first industrial revolution profoundly changed manual labor, artificial intelligence will likely transform many white-collar professions, including the legal profession. Medicine, engineering, and many other areas that have been outside these processes of automation in the past. The implications of these technologies have not yet been fully understood, but they'll certainly have a profound effect on society. Aging societies and increases in life expectancy may change the intergenerational relationship and the size of the global population. Employment and the nature of work will change. Work as the defining social activity around which individuals and society organizes will change too. Skills required, very, very different. Innovation, creativity, perhaps empathetic skills will become a lot more important than simply the ability to execute with high technical precision. The return on natural endowments may change as new materials are invented, and the macroeconomic implications of these are quite considerable. Where will the growing demand for the enormous supply of goods and services produced by automated systems come from? And finally, we may see growing social inequities within and between nations. Of course, human history shows that nothing is preordained, and that human effort and collaboration can create social frameworks within which technology is a force for good. These developments that I refer to, sluggish global growth, rising inequalities, and disruptive technological innovation, provide fresh challenges to policymakers. And I raise them in the context of a conference on growth and competition, because these may well become the most pressing and fundamental challenges that all arms of policy, industrial policy, competition policy, labor market policy, technology policy, will have to address. I had prepared to make some remarks on a dashboard of activities and achievements by the competition authorities over the last 12 months. In view of time, I'm going to skip that, but I want to take 4 key themes over the last 4 years, or the last year rather, 4 themes in the last year that I think are significant for your work. The first area is in the use of new market inquiry provisions in our Act. They intended to lift the lid on industries where economic outcomes measured by prices or access are clearly inadequate. But we don't have a formal complaint that has been investigated. We have a dead body, but we don't yet have a smoking gun. 3 market inquiries are underway and in various stages of their work. These cover the gas industry, the private healthcare industry, and the retail grocery sector. Let me take the example of the private healthcare inquiry chaired by ex-Chief Justice Sandile Ngcobo. It was initially expected to wrap up its work by the end of this year, and I hope we can look forward to its report being available shortly. I recently briefed members of Parliament on the progress with the inquiry and used the occasion to point to some of the challenges that the inquiry is addressing. In one telling joint submission by the OECD and the World Health Organization, they said to the inquiry, and I quote, "South Africa spends a higher share of its national total health expenditure on private voluntary insurances than any other country globally, 6 times the OECD average, even though it serves only 16% of the population. This is equivalent to 3.7% of South Africa's GDP, unquote. Now, the research that the OECD, the World Health Organization, the Competition Commission itself has done will no doubt resonate with members of the audience. You all have stories of high medical and hospital charges and the rising burden of medical aid tariffs to address this. The impact on economic development and therefore on growth is significant. High medical costs push up salary and wage settlements and thus increase the overall labor costs in the economy, reducing competitiveness. High costs for those without adequate medical cover impact not only on individual health and quality of life, but also on their productivity. Monies diverted to medical costs are unavailable for other purchases by consumers, and money spent on medical aid subsidies by a business reduces the stock of funds that company has available to invest in skills for employees, in plant expansion, in purchasing of new technology, or in product innovation. High medical costs therefore affect economic performance and distorts the distribution of national wealth. I look forward therefore to bold and transformative proposals from the panel on the private healthcare industry. The 2 other inquiries are also significant. The liquid petroleum gas market inquiry commenced 2 years ago and is expected to complete its work by the end of this year. It shines the torch on practices by gas producers and distributors of a vital fuel source for households and industry. The grocery retail sector market inquiry was announced in October last year. It's chaired by Professor Cheadle, Elton Cheadle, and it's just commenced its work. It will look, among others, at the impact of large supermarket chains on small retailers, the impact of exclusive leases in shopping malls, and the dynamics of competition between local and foreign-owned township spaza shops. This latter matter, of course, became the focus of anti-foreigner attacks in a few townships last year. So they're all pressing, important issues that we need to see how best we address these. What these market inquiries will do is to add enormously to our understanding of the competitive dynamics, or lack thereof, in important value chains, provide opportunities for the public to make recommendations on policy interventions required, and provide the inquiry panel members with the responsibility to place considered advice in front of the Commission and the Executive. The second area I want to highlight is the action against cartels and abuse of dominance. Currently, the Commission is investigating cartel action in a number of sectors. In the past year, the Commission concluded its investigations involving ArcelorMittal in a case that illustrates the complexities for the competition authorities and government. ArcelorMittal is a large multinational corporation whose behavior locally suggests, I dare say, that predation is hotwired into its DNA. Complaints to the Commission against ArcelorMittal stretch back to 2003. The conclusion of the abuse of dominance case, think about it, 2003, we're 2016 now, was made more difficult in the view of the Commission by the deep pockets of the litigant, the lack of clarity on the test for excessive pricing, and the evidential burden that the Commission would need to meet. Yet this predator recently found itself in a rather unusual position, where it was facing injury from forces beyond its control. China's sharp pivot in its economic strategy contributed to a large and growing glut of steel in global markets and plummeting prices. The company realized it needed the support of government to weather the storms. Government recognized the need to carefully manage the competing claims between the company and its downstream producers to enable South Africa to have a primary steel-making industry standing at the end of the great shake-up in markets that will conclude the current period of overproduction. The settlement between the Commission and ArcelorMittal required the company to pay the largest penalty yet issued against one company, some 1.5 billion rand, to invest an additional 4.6 billion in modernizing its steel works so that it competes on price and performance rather than on collusion or abuse of dominance. And a cap was set on its pricing policies based on a 10% EBIT margin, subject to some variation in defined circumstances. Now, it's quite a significant agreement dealing with pricing as a means to address rent-seeking behavior, and will no doubt be an important learning experience for the competition authorities. Now, that's a standard story in a way. But while the Commission was investigating ArcelorMittal, an industry was also in deep crisis. So what government did was we brought together 4 instruments in the policy toolkit. Of course, the competition measures led by the competition authorities, but we also introduced trade remedies through adjustments in import tariffs, public procurement provisions to buy steel locally, and investment commitments by the IDC to strengthen companies in the steel sector. So an example where crises get coordination, some degree of coordination in the instruments of public policy available more broadly to the state. Over the years, the competition authorities have levied very high fines on companies who collude and take part in cartels. But these have not been a sufficient deterrence. We've prepared the market for the next phase of action against cartels through the promulgation of sections of the Competition Act that makes it a criminal offense subject to 10 years in jail to collude or acquiesce in collusion. And the new legislation came into effect on the 1st of May this year. Some commentators have raised concerns that the criminalization of cartel behavior may act as a disincentive to individuals implicated in such activities to come forward and, as it were, blow the whistle. The opposite, of course, will also hold true, in that an arrangement to act as a witness for the state and potentially avoid time in jail can be a very, very powerful incentive. We have taken this step because it's not sufficient to have financial penalties that are simply discounted by companies against the likelihood of being caught and the benefits of collusive behavior. It is critical to our economic prosperity that we shake out root and branch the deep and pervasive habits of collusion in the economy. Collusive behavior and abuse of dominance in the private sector have their mirror image in corruption and abuse of public power in the state. Just as we expect business leaders to operate within the law and not to unfairly enrich themselves, so too public officials need to act firmly against corruption and efforts to benefit unfairly and unlawfully from access to public office. I want to emphasize that these actions are corrosive of public trust, they unfairly distribute economic resources, and they undermine legitimate enterprise, both what is happening in the public sector as well as what's happening in the private sector. By the way, the call for lifestyle audits of political office bearers and public officials are perhaps our equivalent of the market inquiry for the private sector. I make the point they come with a high cost to political systems and to markets. Indeed, a recent World Bank study on competition in South Africa noted the enormous cost of cartel behavior on development. And they say, in the case of 4 cartels in maize, wheat, poultry, and pharmaceuticals, products which make up 15% of the consumption basket of the poorest 10%, conservative estimates indicate that around 200,000 people, let me read that again, 200,000 people stood to be lifted above the poverty line by tackling cartel overcharges. We are now in discussion within government on the desirability of further legislative changes to strengthen the fight against the abuse of dominance, including in respect of excessive pricing practices. The third area I want to highlight concerns mergers and acquisitions. And in this regard, I want to refer to significant developments in both traditional competition areas as well as public interest matters, drawing on examples in telecoms and beverages. Last year, the competition authorities considered an application for approval of a merger between Neotel and Vodacom. The key matter in the merger was an attempt by Vodacom, the largest player in the market, to acquire use of the Neotel spectrum to carry cell phone and email traffic and to acquire its landlines for telephone services. The effect of the transaction would have been that unless competitors were able to gain equivalent spectrum from the public authorities, the leading player would consolidate its dominance beyond the capacity of competitors to catch up. The Commission proposed approval of the transaction with certain conditions, particularly relating to a 2-year delay in the use of spectrum to try to address the concerns about the major player grabbing such a scarce and valuable resource. My department did a detailed analysis with the Department of Telecommunications and Postal Services, and we concluded, using the information that the Competition Commission had available to it, that the transaction would essentially restructure the industry fundamentally. Competitors were unlikely to be able to obtain equivalent spectrum to that of the leading player, and the effect would be to entrench the major player in the market. Government therefore opposed the transaction and requested that the transaction either be prohibited or that the spectrum be ring-fenced completely and be available on a fair price to all competitors. We were supported by all the competitors of the leading player, the Commission, everybody. I think there was common cause that this was not something to be supported. After the matter was brought to the tribunal to adjudicate, the merger parties abandoned the transaction. That was a very, very significant development in competition in the past 12 months. 2 transactions in the beverage sector involving your drug of choice, those of you who like sugar, those of you who like alcohol, attracted a lot of attention. The Coca-Cola company contracts to have its beverage bottled by 4 suppliers in South Africa. About 2 years ago, it reached agreement with its partners that 3 of the bottling companies be merged into a single operation under the leadership of SAB Miller, and that the Appletiser brand would be transferred to Coca-Cola. In a separate transaction, AB InBev, the world's largest beer brewer, made a bid to acquire SAB Miller, the world's 2nd largest brewer. In view of the size of these transactions, government undertook detailed research on the public interest and competition implications of the transactions and sought various commitments relating to public interest matters. Following the negotiation and some arm wrestling, we reached agreement on a common set of recommendations for consideration by the competition authorities. These were then subject to scrutiny before the Competition Tribunal, and with some small amendments were imposed as conditions on the merger. The significance of these 2 mergers were in a number of key public interest areas. On employment, the parties in both transactions made far-reaching commitments to avoid retrenchment as a result of the merger, and indeed, and this was quite important, to maintain the aggregate level of employment for between 3 and 5 years. The commitment meant that employment levels affecting about 14,000 workers in the beverage sector would remain stable in this period. For the lawyers among you, the companies also agreed that in any future retrenchment outside the protected period and clause, the onus to show that a retrenchment was not as a result of the merger would be on the company concerned. Now, mergers are often about unlocking efficiencies that may reduce employment numbers. But our competition law requires that the impact on employment should be carefully considered. In the Walmart judgment, Judge Dennis Davis provided a very useful framework for consideration of public interest issues. And we've been drawing heavily on that as we navigate our way through more and significant mergers. On small business development, the companies undertook to set aside some 1.8 billion rand for small business development, supplier development, promotion of entrepreneurship. Essentially, I guess they were signaling that as part of compensating society for accepting the high levels of economic concentration inherent in these transactions, they would in turn help to promote the emergence of small and medium-sized companies in the supply chains and the customer base. I was particularly pleased that the 2 funds would finance the emergence of black small-scale farmers, and in the case of the beer merger, they undertook to support 800 new small-scale farmers and to help boost farming employment by 2,600 workers. Given Judge President Davis's remark in the Walmart judgment on value chains, I want to note that the agreement also committed the beer brewer to support South Africa to move from being a net importer of beer inputs such as barley and hops to being a net exporter of the value-added product, which is malt. So quite a significant thing where a merger goes beyond simply what happens inside the company and looks how you can strengthen economic performance across that value chain. The Coca-Cola agreement provides for active steps to increase the use of local inputs through the application of the fund to support new entrants. They'll do an annual local supplier conference and issue annual reports on their localization efforts. On market access, both agreements provided that a portion of the company finance coolers and fridges that you find at spaza shops and taverns should be available to the products of smaller competitors. Much of the grip that these large producers have had in the market is because they, the financiers of the retail critical space, that cooler box, that cooler unit, that fridge. In the case of Coca-Cola, they agreed to 10% of shelf space in smaller retailers being available to all bottlers except the top few globally. The company estimates that the agreement could cover as many as 117,000 retail outlets in South Africa, giving more choice to small retailers and more opportunity to small and medium-sized bottlers. For fans of grape ties and apple ties, South Africa will remain a key production center for products sold locally and in the rest of the continent, and we are retaining local equity in the Appletiser brand by way of a BEE component. The fourth area I want to focus on is the forging of stronger international, particularly developing country links on competition policy matters and broadening the scope from narrow classical concerns of competition policy to the much broader areas that I've referred to. In this past year, the competition authorities and government co-hosted a BRICS competition conference, November last year, to share ideas on competition policy. During President Xi Jinping's state visit, we signed cooperation agreements with the Chinese competition authorities, and today we'll sign one with Russia and Kenya. South Africa is an active member of the African Competition Network, and Commissioner Bonakele is particularly active in the network. And in the past, we cooperated with the Namibian authorities on the Walmart merger. International cooperation in a globalized world is vital. Many challenges are common. Many economic activities are transnational. Multinational corporations operate in many countries. The rise of ICT companies that are internet-based have created tax and regulatory challenges at national level. Without high levels of cooperation between authorities, competition authorities, but I guess also tax authorities, national jurisdictions may be unable to regulate corporate behavior, except perhaps for large economies such as the US, the EU, and China. But at the same time, competition policies will reflect the preoccupations and challenges in particular countries or regions. Competition policy is not simply a standard off-the-shelf product to be taken from an advanced market and applied to a developing economy. Policy emerges in specific contexts, policy adapts to local circumstances, policy evolves to meet new challenges, policy innovation is both necessary and inevitable. And we need to be self-confident as South Africans, as Africans, to develop competition frameworks that address the challenges of our age and our circumstances. Now, I was asked, how can competition law contribute to growth? And I dare say that in the course of your discussions over the next 2 days, you will no doubt give thoughtful and insightful answers to that question. But I want to put a few bullet points on for consideration. The first is that we've done many things right in our actions against cartels. We've gained a lot of experience. We now need to find ways of scaling this up very, very significantly, refining our laws, our procedures, our institutions if needed. And I want to particularly endorse the approach put by Commissioner Bonakele in his opening remarks, that we need to see how we can deal with the problems of success. The fact that we can now 10 years ago, the problem was we didn't know where cartel behavior was taking place. We didn't have enough cases to investigate. That was a much bigger problem. Today, the problem is how to deal with a large number of cases that comes up. In fact, one of the sections that I skip had a very interesting statistic that I just want to draw your attention to, and that is 133 new cartel cases were initiated in the past 12 months. That means 133 separate instances where we believe that there may well be collusion by players, many of them, by the way, in a particular sector. The second point I want to make is that we've not been as successful in combating abuse of dominance. Cartel behavior, I think we're getting a very strong, successful record. Abuse of dominance, less so. The Commission has put considerable effort into it. So we've got to look now at, do we need to review the definition of excessive pricing, the test of excessive pricing? How do we ensure that the jurisprudence that's beginning to develop help to clarify the challenges that the Commission faces in seeking to determine what hurdle it must cross for a successful prosecution? And I heard Judge President Davis saying in the Sasol matter that we should not conclude that because of that judgment, it is not possible to prove excessive pricing. And what do we need to do in the capacity of the Commission? How do we need to enhance that to be able to flush out examples of excessive pricing and under the spotlight of a strong and very litigious system, competition system, that we can prevail? The third area is strategic interventions in cartel investigations. I've been singularly impressed by the Commission's approach over the last number of years, not to go for every example of cartels, but to focus its efforts on the ones that matter. When you are launching today, as we sit here, by the end of today, we would have invested 1 billion rand of public funds in infrastructure, just in the 8 working hours that you are sitting here. So therefore, an investigation into the construction industry is absolutely critical. In steelmaking is quite critical. And I would suggest that focus on network industries, on industries where input costs are critical to competitiveness, and in industries where the jobs impact of that economic activity is significant, does give us a good basis to focus. The fourth area is that we've got to deepen the investigative and prosecutorial capacity of the Commission. It's one of our best-run public institutions. It's got an enviable record over the last number of years, and it needs to boost that in the light of our decision from the 1st of May this year to criminalize cartel conduct and collusive conduct. The fifth point is market inquiries. We've got to try to find a way in which the market inquiries are able to conclude their work in a shorter period of time, but they're a potentially very, very powerful instrument for the competition authorities, because they really ensure that entire value chains are put under the spotlight, that information is brought here that can help the Commission itself in its further investigations and can help policymakers in tweaking legislation and regulations. The sixth area is mergers and acquisitions. If we're going to be looking at the growth story more carefully, we need to be sure that mergers and acquisitions do indeed contribute to aggregate welfare, that they do boost economic growth, and they have a pro-employment outcome. So if I look at the mergers and acquisitions, the applications and the ones approved, in fact, there's a very small number that are rejected. We're going to have to look much more carefully whether each merger and acquisition contribute to promoting economic growth in South Africa. The next area is careful monitoring. The Commission has done some work here, but I would say that both within government and in the Commission, there's scope for us to do even more to monitor behavior, to monitor adherence to merger and acquisition conditions, to ensure that post a cartel investigation, we monitor an industry actively. I was delighted to read some of the impact assessments that the Commission has done on cement and on a few other sectors. JP Davis will understand this better than any of us. In taxation, the evader is always seeking to be one step ahead of the regulator. And I think increasingly as we tighten our anti-cartel action, as we act against collusion, we may well see collusive behavior will become smarter, will become more subtle, and that our ability to monitor, to spot this behavior, to flush it out into the open, and to take action against it is enhanced. And finally, if we're talking of growth, then we talk of inclusive growth. And the inclusive part of that growth equation I've addressed last year in the remarks on employment, and this year on the remarks on inequality. So I look forward very much to the outcomes of this conference. I wish you a very successful conference, lots of new ideas, new inspiration. I hope you get provoked, and I hope you can come up with some thoughtful and rich ideas that we can consider at the policy level, and that the Commission, as the prosecutorial authority in the system, can benefit from, and that the Tribunal and the Competition Appeal Court can get some of that wider feedback from users that is very important when they consider particular cases. So once again, thank you very much for the opportunity to share these few thoughts with you.
Minister, thank you very, very much for that very thoughtful and provoking address that you've given to us. There are a lot of ideas that have come out from that address, which I hope are going to inform our further panel discussions. So without further ado, can I ask our panel for our next session, which is going to be on exactly what the Minister's been talking about, competition and economic growth. So if those panelists could please come forward now, and we can do a sort of little scene change. Thank you. If I could thank again the Commissioner, the Judge President, and the Minister for this morning's session. Thank you very much.
Not Tina.
Tea's after the session.
Tea's after.
We don't work on the program of judges.
Great pleasure to welcome today's panel. Their CVs are all in your bundle that you got. So I'm not going to take time in introducing them, but that doesn't mean that we haven't got an incredibly expert and diverse panel of people that we have before us. So what I'll do is, as the person is going to answer their question, I will introduce who they are to you then very, very briefly, and they will then answer their question. Now, because we've been running a bit late this morning, we're going to keep the time of our panel to the 1 hour, 20 minutes allocated to it. So we will end at 12 o'clock sharp. You will then have a slightly shortened tea break. We'll follow with our second panel, and we'll have a slightly shorter lunch break. Fortunately, our tea breaks and our lunch break have been sort of designed to please the civil service. They are generously longer than they need to be to feed the human anatomy. So we will make up for the lost time. Don't panic. We want the value out of our speakers that we've got today. So we've heard from the Minister about the importance of competition policy to economic growth. But let's start off asking a very provocative question. Does competition enforcement necessarily serve as a catalyst for economic growth? And I'm going to ask this first question to one of our expert economists, Mark Ivaldi, who is from the University of Toulouse, very, very well known in this area for its economics. Mark, if we could have your thoughts on that, please.
Good morning. Is it working? Yeah. Okay. So don't worry. Don't worry. No equation today. So, okay. So it's a few words to set the scenery of this panel. Well, I think that now we have a very large number of studies and research that have shown that competition is fostering growth, and to support my friend Frederic for his dearest institution, there is a recent paper from the OECD that survey all the studies that look at the impact of competition on growth. Concerning South Africa, I will just quote two studies, one by our colleague Aguillon and others, that they have shown that 10% in the reduction of markup, measured by price minus average cost divided by price, will increase productivity growth by 2 to 2.5% a year, which is very important. I also want to advertise my own work. I've done some work on the impact of cartel in the BRICS. And so we have collected a large data set on cartels in all developing and emerging countries, and in particular on South Africa. So the study covers the period 95-2013. I don't remember exactly for South Africa, but on a large period of time. And what we have shown is that the impact of cartel represent 3.8% of GDP, which is large. One important thing that we have shown is that the profit of the cartel represented 124 times the budget of the competition authority. So you see, with a small budget, you eat a lot of profit. So that shows not only that competition is profitable for growth, but also that the competition authority has an effective policy. So the ministry said a lot of things. One of the questions is also how to measure growth. Okay? Should we take into account other aspects of in the measurement of the welfare? And of course, the question of inequality and employment are important issue. So of course, in terms of inequality, competition create winners and losers, and so can in some way increase inequality. On another aspect, you can always say that anti-competitive agreements are going to increase price, lower quality, so that in fact it eats the poor. And it's the same for output, for employment. Of course, merger can create unemployment if there is unemployment because there is layoff after restructuring following a concentration, but quite often higher price, quite often, but usually also the merger are raising price, and so raising price means at some point lower output and employment. So I think that we will keep these questions are very important. I'm not sure it has really well discussed. Indeed, since a few years, and in particular because of the book of my colleague Piketty, the inequality is again very high in the agenda, not only in this country but also in our developed country. But I think that the relation between inequality and competition, and the relation between with growth still need to be documented and analyzed. I think that we are still missing a lot of elements to analyze this question in depth. I want to recall some things that are now in I will say common knowledge, that there is it okay? There is an inverted relation between competition and growth. So this inverted U-shaped relation has been identified and exhibited by Aghion and others. This relation means that at low level of competition, there is a positive effect on growth, but at too much competition, then that can eat growth. And there is so the question is to analyze this effect. And as you know, there is two effects. There is a Harrovian effect. It's called the escape competition effect, and I will come back on that. And there is also the Schumpeterian effect. So the Schumpeterian effect is on the left, and the escape competition effect is on the right of the shape. So what is happening is at low competition level, the laggard firm have every incentive to catch up with the leader. So there is a strong competition. And so this is why there is rising. We have this rising effect on growth. Now, when you are at high level of competitive intensity, the scope for that you can gain from innovation has disappeared, and so there is not there are no more competition between leader and laggard, and so we have a stable situation where there is no more growth. The situation become too much stable, and so there is no more incentive to innovate, and so we have this falling part of the competition. So it means that it feels that there is a scope protection when where there are important change. Okay, so but in the same time, what this diagram is saying is that there is a scope for industrial policy. It has, of course, since we are going to the competition policy is going to be less effective in the second part, on the right part of the diagram. What is going to be important is to give the chance to move up the frontier of production and to change the production. And so any type of elements that could modify that will be important. So the problem is then, and I think that we will discuss that later, is to define what is industrial policy. And I think that industrial policy is everything that can help the development of new technology, that is education, better labor market, improve administrative environment, and all these elements that can create the good condition for competition. Thank you very much. Thank you. Is it okay?
Thank you. Yeah? Mark, thank you very much. Liberty Nkube is the chief economist at the Commission, and so I'm going to put the same question to Liberty. Liberty, you can speak from there, or you want to come up here? That's fine.
I would like to start from the beginning, perhaps by saying what is economic growth, and perhaps trying to make sure that we're all on the same page in terms of what we mean by economic growth. So, economic growth describes the increase in production of goods and services in an economy that is accompanied by an increase in incomes and an increase in jobs. The effect of competition on growth can be described in two general terms. One term I think we're familiar, so I won't spend much on, and I'll go to the second one. So one way to describe the link between competition is to describe the link between competition and the drivers of economic growth. Competition policy promotes drivers such as productivity, innovation, investment, and lower prices. I want to focus more specific on the effect of competition law enforcement on productivity and on growth. Here, I think it's important to stress that competition law interventions rarely target productivity growth, but focus much more on competition itself as a process, often measured by lower prices entry, and other consumer benefits, and in doing so, contribute to productivity growth and therefore towards economic growth. For example, when we uncovered the fertilizer cartel or the cement cartels, following that, entry into these markets has been also observed. Also, the retrospective studies that we've done have shown that overcharges, for example, in the flour cartel, range between 13 and 47%. In the precast concrete cartel, range from between 16 and 57%. The other way to describe the link between competition and economic growth is to describe the link between competition policy and the challenge of poverty and inequality. This is because the pace of growth is not everything. The pattern of growth also matters. So desirable effects of competition may be compromised if we only focus on productivity growth and then forget what's happening to poverty and inequality. And resolving these challenges of poverty, unemployment, inequality is at the core of government's policy or government initiatives to foster an inclusive economic growth. Inclusive economic growth is about both the pace and the pattern of growth. As you may already know from what the Minister said this morning, recent studies have shown that distribution matters for economic performance. There is also increasing evidence that significant parts of inequality are a result of market power. Let me now just briefly touch on this link between market power, inequality, and competition. We know a number of things. We know that the more successful firms may not be the ones that have been able to produce products that consumers love and to do so at lower prices, but rather firms that have been more able to exploit their market power, including taking advantage of consumers. I would like to give a few examples. A firm like Telkom, and I hope there's no one from Telkom, but I did speak to someone at the tea break. A firm like Telkom may have been successful to a limited extent, were it not for the, for the business innovations that it came up with, which created new barriers and allowed it to exploit its market power, to extend its dominance, and to take advantage of and to leverage its market power. Firms like Sasol, SAA, Media 24, firms involved in the cement cartel, the bread cartel, the construction cartel, and many others would have long lost their dominance if it weren't for their conduct, which created barriers, reduced competition, and enhanced their abilities to exploit consumers. I believe that market power is one of the major sources of inequality. The monopolist rents come at the expense of consumers. As monopolies raise their prices, their profits increase, while the well-being of consumers and workers decrease. An increase in market power is associated with an increase in inequality. So I believe that inequality lends itself to a poorer economic performance, including lower growth and more instability. Market power is often associated with creating barriers to entry, and inequality means a few people have the resources to enter markets, to set up new firms. The returns from the abuse of market power go disproportionately to the wealthy. And I'm happy that Tanya is here because the World Bank study that they've done earlier this year is on point when it points out that South Africa competition policy has brought substantial benefits to households, especially the poor. I think that's my response to the first question.
Thanks, Liberty. We can now hear from your predecessor in office, and now he's now unemployed, which is a nice way of describing the fact that he's a university professor in South Africa, a professor of economics at the University of Johannesburg, former chief economist at the Commission, Simon Roberts. Simon will answer the same question. Simon, do you want to speak from there? Or do you want to go? Okay, go ahead, Simon. Can you hear Simon at the back? Say hello, Simon.
Hi. Yes. Oh my goodness.
Okay.
I have a temptation to abuse this position now. Okay. I'm going to make three brief points, which I hope to kind of push the envelope a little bit on. I think the first thing, though, at the outset, is that there's a very broad consensus about the impact of cartels in terms of exploitation on consumers, on low-income households, and this has been bolstered by the work, the analysis has been done, the Commission's impact assessments, and the Commission's enforcement record in this area is incredibly impressive. I mean, the Commission's really a leader globally in this area. So I'm putting that up front because I'm going to say, okay, but what else? What do we actually need to be thinking about if we want to change outcomes? Because if we're asking the question about competition enforcement being a prerequisite or a catalyst for growth, then clearly the answer is it's not. South Africa is not a dramatically growing economy. We are very, very highly ranked in terms of our enforcement record. We're a case study why this is not so. Maybe we must wait longer. I certainly was one who said, it's coming. The opening of the economy is coming. And it doesn't in any way take away from the effects of the enforcement in terms of distribution effects in the economy. On the other side, you have countries like Singapore and Malaysia who didn't have competition laws, didn't have competition institutions, and yet are among the most rapidly growing economies in the world. And they adopted competition institutions after their rapid industrialization. Almost, it seems sometimes as a bit of an afterthought. They went along to the OECD and other organizations said, you don't have a competition authority, my God, you know? Who do you think you are? And so, but they've grown rapidly. But do we need competition and growth? Yes, of course, we need competition. So what we might do is shift the area of attention to how do we understand the nature of competitive markets. So, and I think the South African record is strong but depressing in the sense that you prosecute cartels, but you don't necessarily change the competitive dynamics of the markets. The same for firms in those markets find other ways to continue to collude. One answer, of course, is further enforcement. But the other answer is to try and unlock those markets to rivalry through looking at exclusionary conduct, but not necessarily exclusionary conduct alone, looking at all the other barriers to entry, the routes to market, the barriers to building brand awareness, the obstacles in terms of consumer switching, a lot of behavioral economics work that's been done around why we as consumers do not switch. We're very much creatures of habit, which reinforce the ability of the same 3 or 4 firms to continue to supply the products in the market. And this is a much bigger challenge for us as a group of practitioners, of academics in this area, because we're talking about joining up and coordinating with different areas of macroeconomic policy. I think the Minister highlighted the challenges in this regard, and also I think there's a tool in the form of market inquiries, which is a very, very important tool. It won't lead you to those nice penalties, but it has the potential to change markets. So I think this is a very, very important area to think about. But it's also an area that needs to be understood in the context of the particular sectors. Firms operate within networks, within vertical value chains, and your competitiveness, your ability to enter, depends on all of those different relationships. So the work has to be done at a detailed level in terms of the particular industries. And so competition enforcement is not sufficient or necessary for economic growth, but competitive markets are, and how do we nurture that? To bring it kind of to maybe a simplistic level, I like to ask the question, why is the English national soccer team so appalling in competitions when you have the Premier Soccer League? In fact, it was Wales who got through the European Cup semi-final, and that was the first team from the UK, which is a strange entity that has national teams within a nation state. When Wales got to the semi-finals of the European Soccer League, it was the first UK country to get to the semi-finals of any major international soccer tournament since 1966. And yet, Dennis may disagree with me, as is normal actually. So, but they have the Premier Soccer League. Well, of course, you care about the nature of the competition that you have, and so you ask, does the Premier Soccer League in the UK give us the kind of competition that we want? Is it rewarding effort and creativity? Is it rewarding innovation? it's obviously not. It's not rewarding in soccer. That would come from improved coaching system and youth development. So is it rewarding youth development? If it was rewarding youth development, then that competition would have stimulated investment in youth development in soccer, and you'd see different outcomes. So we care about the nature of competition in terms of how the impact that it has on economic growth, and we need to be advocates for a broader market-oriented agenda. So this is a much bigger program of work than just the enforcement one. But I think clearly in South Africa it's not something that we can shirk, that we can reject, because we're faced with these incredible challenges that we have. So the impact sometimes can come from an entrant rather than from enforcement. A maverick entrant that has come into sectors have changed the business models in those sectors. And we need to maybe ask the questions about what are the different steps that are required to support those types of entrants. And potentially to take risks as well. Because if you've got entrants with new business models, you don't know in advance to what extent they may undermine the incentives for the incumbents to invest. You don't know to what extent that new business model, that disruptive innovation is going to benefit the development of the economy. So in the context of mobile money developments in East Africa, the regulators are talking about a test and learn approach. A test and learn approach which opens up opportunities in those markets. In South Africa, we have examples of entrants and rivals that have disrupted markets, but they're so few and far between. In a sense, they're the exception that proves the rule. And often one finds that they're not necessarily outsiders when one looks more closely at who they are. So in terms of a brief agenda for action, we need to think, I think, about regulating for rivalry. Telecommunications is a very good example where we've had merger cases and we've had enforcement. But actually the changes in telecommunications prices have come from new entrants in undersea cables. Seacom, prices came down by 35%. New entrants in broadband, cables, backbone, prices have come down there by around 87% if you look at the past 5-year period. This is regulatory interventions that open up access. We haven't had local loop unbundling at the local level. And a number of other areas one can look at in terms of where regulation can open up markets. The Commission has talked about the importance of development finance in terms of supporting entrants and the returns that come from that. But while that development finance cannot afford to lose money in large quantities, then you're not going to have a situation where kind of venture capital or angel type investor situation where you say, let's invest in 5 businesses. If 4 of them fail and 1 succeeds, but that one that succeeds changes prices in the whole market and changes the business model, then clearly it would have a positive economic benefit on a market which is concentrated. The knock-on effects would be well worth it. But the development bank can never afford to go and do financing on that basis. Certainly not loan financing, potentially equity financing, they could. So you may look for a source of funds which allows us to finance entry. And one idea that we've come up with from our research is take the cartel fines and put them into such a fund. Take the cartel fines and use them to fund entrance. There's risks involved. There's no doubt that there's risks involved. The incumbents will shout and scream when we presented this to the Agricultural Business Chamber. They said, but everything's going well. It's the same top 4 firms. You're going to undermine our incentives. You're going to destabilize these markets. But I think we're at a stage where we need some destabilization of the status quo. If in South African context, if we're going to change the nature of our growth. The one thing I think that has to be committed to, which I think the competition regime is very good at, is that when you try things that are innovative, as the Commission is continually doing, we must evaluate it afterwards and say, well, maybe some parts of it worked and some parts didn't. And this is the kind of thing that's going on with the merger settlements that's so important. There's the amendments to the Competition Act that have been mentioned, although I would focus more on the exclusionary abuse provisions and less on the exploitative ones in terms of the emphasis about what's going to change the opening up of the markets. And reorienting government support, the joined up issues across government to reorient the incentives and the criteria that are applied in regulatory decisions. I mean, we know that this is something that's required. The question, of course, is how it can happen, which is a much more difficult task. So let me leave it there, but thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Simon. So reading on your theme of lack of competition in English football and using cartel fines to fund new entrants, next season the FA in the UK should use fines imposed on the other firms to fund Leicester City so that they don't just win the league one season as the Maverick, but do it 2 in a row. All right, so let's follow on then with this experience in Kenya with the Director General of one of our most innovative and creative competition authorities on the continent. The Director General is Francis Kariuki. Francis, competition and growth. What's your view?
Thank you, Norman. First, I use politically correct language than Simon because I work for a competition authority. But my approach is that competition enforcement generally, it's not the one which can act as a catalyst for economic growth. I would like to expand what I refer to as competition enforcement and capture 2 things. There's what I may call hardcore enforcement, that is dealing with cartels and abuse of dominance, and also the advisory role of the competition agencies to the government. And these have to be combined so that at least we can have economic growth. And when I talk about the advisory role, it's the advocacy role the competition agency is supposed to offer to the government so that at least they can remove regulatory obstacles in the market, so that at least the market can have more players. And when you have this kind of more players in the market, that competitive pressure is the one which is going to cause the dominant players in the market to be more innovative, to be more efficient. And that is the time you see the reduction in terms of the markups and employment in these sectors. Why am I saying this? Is that since 2002, it has been top of political agenda in the Kenyan economy that competition policy is a key ingredient of economic growth. First, in 2002, we had the economic recovery strategy. After that, we had the Vision 2030. And when you look at that, is that competition policy is quite a fundamental facet of driving this growth agenda. But when I focus on it, is that dismantling of regulatory barriers is where I've seen a lot of economic growth. For example, look at the telecommunication, which Simon has mentioned. Is that prior to that, is that we had one telecom provider, but as the government increased in terms of licenses, that is when we started seeing the reduction in terms of the calls, markups in calls. Number 2, also we started seeing new services like the mobile payments. This is not an issue of where abuse of dominance was, the authority came in terms of the abuse of dominance, but it's terms of the government creating that enabling environment for other people to enter. But that does not stop there. Then we have the dominant firm, which after the creation of other new services like the mobile payments, the enforcement of the competition agency led to more growth because the dominant firm had come up with exclusive agreements with the mobile payments agents. And when the competition agency came in to enforce and removed all those exclusive exclusive agreements, we saw the growth of the agents from 121,000 to 143,000 within a span of one year. And then also we saw the growth in terms of revenue of these agents growing from 6,300 Kenyan shillings to 7,600 Kenyan shillings. So you can see the removal of the regulatory obstacles in the market and the enforcement joined hands. That is when we see economic growth. But it doesn't necessarily mean that also this enforcement has helped all Kenyans. There's some challenges in terms of that distribution of economic progress across the whole country. Because you might realize that, yes, in Kenya we say that 1 million people are subscribed to mobile phones. But it only covers 38% of the geographic market of Kenya. So we feel for this to expand further is that it does not necessarily mean it's competition enforcement, but also other government policies to expand this. Thank you.
Francis, thank you very much. Our second question is, well, is it possible that competition as a driver of economic growth could actually conflict with other industrial policies? And if that's the case, how do we deal with that? For instance, in South Africa, there's been enforcement against certain cartels, domestic cartels. And what have the cartels have done? Well, they've gone across the road to our sister agency, the tariff, ITAC, which does the tariff enforcement, and said, we're going to be destroyed by these foreign competitors, raise tariffs so that we can survive in the market. And tariffs have been imposed, or anti-dumping duties have been imposed in the interests of a conflicting industrial policy. So how do we face that particular challenge? And I'm going to put that first to Tanya Begaza, who's a chief economist with the World Bank, and we've heard about the very, very interesting and exciting World Bank report. So Tanya, we can ask you for some insight from the World Bank's experience.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody.
Just make sure that you're...
Hello?
And just have attention to your mic.
I can just go there.
Okay, do you want to come up here? Okay, thanks.
Well, good morning, everybody, and thank you for the invitation to participate in this panel. So as we economists usually say, well, it depends. But it depends because the effects of competition can differ if you think about the short term, the medium term, long term, and also the effects in different markets that are directly or indirectly affected by enforcement actions, but also by these changes in policies and regulations that can enable competition in markets. But in general, what we see across different countries and also based on empirical research is that healthy competition in a context where you have rules that address market failures brings actually the largest benefits for economic growth and specifically for the less well-off. So if we talk about the industrial policies, so first we have to think what are the objectives of these policies. So two are the most cited objectives of this. So first, increasing competitiveness of the firms to be able to export and also to be able to attend to the demand of the domestic consumers and bring the best deals for them. And also creating more and better jobs for the domestic industries. So in these cases, what we see is whenever you have more competition in input markets that are important for all these industries, then you can actually have also a positive effect on industry development. So if we think about cartels or also about pro-competition regulations or policies or even government interventions that enable competition in markets such as energy, transportation, telecommunication, financial services, retail, and other intermediate good markets. So then we can see that that can actually reduce the cost of the manufacturers, ICT firms, agro-processing firms, and then in the end actually contribute to this goal of industrial development. So in the case of South Africa, for instance, in these reports that we released in February, so we have actually estimated that only by removing these anti-competitive regulations in one of the key input services, economic growth could increase by 0.4% percentage points every year. So in a context where the economy is growing at 1.3%, then this is really impactful. And that was only thinking about professional services. But if you think about the constraints that the economy currently faces in telecoms or in electricity, then that can have even a larger effect on economic growth. The other area that it would be important to explore is that many studies show that whenever industries are subject to the forces of competition, they perform better. So then you have higher productivity, even growth, and you can export more. So for instance, I will just mention some of the studies that link competition in markets with actually more exports. So, for instance, for 82 manufacturing industry in 7 countries, a study by Hollis finds that relatively higher domestic concentration is associated with a smaller domestic share in the world output and also fewer net exports. A similar finding is found for the US food manufacturing industry. Also, when we use information for Egypt, Hungary, India, Poland, South Africa, and Vietnam, we see that the self-reported number of domestic competitors was also found to be a good explicative variable for the intensity of exporting in some of these countries. So in China also, markets with larger variability in market structure that can in some way signal increased competition tend to export more. And also in Japan, some studies made for some industries in the 70s and the 90s actually find that those markets where market shares were not so stable actually had resulted in higher world export shares in the 90s, later in the 90s. So all of these empirical studies show this link between being actually subject to more competitive pressure, and therefore, because you become either more productive and more competitive in international markets, then you are able to export more. So in this case, we don't see that there is this conflict between competition and also industrial development. There are also few studies that talk about cartels and productivity, and particularly in the case of the UK, evidence reveals that cartels reduce labor productivity growth by up to 30 percentage points in a 9-year period. So before the introduction of the Restrictive Trade Practices Act, labor productivity declined by 2% a year in industries characterized by collusion, but grew by 16% a year in industries characterized by competition. When a strict enforcement of anti-cartel law was introduced and enforced, this gap disappeared. So we can see, again, the link between cartels and tackling cartels and also increased productivity. And also there are studies that show that even when you grant incentives as part of industrial policy, they are more effective whenever these incentives are granted to firms that are subject to competitive pressure. And this is, for instance, based in a paper prepared by Ajon and others for China. And there are also studies that find that higher competition results in better management scores. So, for instance, Van Rienen provides a review of recent studies which prove that competition increases management quality, and improved management quality boosts productivity. So even competition can help to that. There is also all this other literature that Mark mentioned about the links between competition and innovation as well. So therefore, based on empirical evidence, shielding industries from competition and eliminating these incentives for firms to improve and actually get more customers doesn't seem to be a very effective long-term policy to develop domestic industries. The other objective that we mentioned was jobs creation. So when we find, as I have mentioned before, enabling competition actually allows firms to benefit from higher productivity and stronger growth in the long run. But these benefits might involve some cost of adjustment in the short term in very specific industries. So because some less productive firms might need to leave the market, and that might generate job losses. So World Bank research, in fact, has found that labor mobility costs for developing country workers are more than twice as high as for those in developing economies. So this is something to take into consideration as well. I mean, these concerns also depend on various factors such as the labor market regulation, the sector characteristics, the degree to which the increasing competition triggers innovation or technological change, the skill level, and education attainment of the population, and also any cost mitigating policies such as retraining programs or wage subsidies that might be in place. But some empirical evidence suggests that after an adjustment period, enabling competition in market has a positive effect. As an example, a 2014 World Bank study found that liberalizing the food and beverages sector in 47 countries would lead to an initial decline in wages in that sector. However, after an adjustment period of around 7 years, real wages in food and beverages would in fact be higher in the new steady state. So in the end, there could be a period of transition, but then you could attain also some of the objectives that also in the industrial policy pursues. So there might be these short trade-offs and losses for specific firms, but in general, fighting anti-competitive practices and actually having these rules that enable competition in markets in line with what Francis and Simon mentioned, then you can have larger positive effects when you implement competition policies in general on industries, on the overall population, and also on social welfare. Thank you.
Okay. Liberty will pass on to you straight away. Thanks.
Norman, I'll respond to the question by perhaps reflecting on some of my observations given South Africa's current economic prospects. I think South Africa today faces or finds itself facing a prospect of a zero economic growth and fiscal constraints. And this means that some of the default instruments that we're used to, so such as macroeconomic tools, become restricted by the need for fiscal consolidation. And then microeconomic tools such as competition policy and industrial policy become much more important. The zero economic growth causes a number of challenges for competition policy in general. I'll mention a number of them just for discussion. For example, when it comes to merger control, one may expect to see an increase in reference by parties to a failing firm defense, or questions being raised as to whether a measure should be relaxed to make it easier to build a national champion so that that national champion can be equipped to compete in the global scale. My view is that the market must be allowed to elect its own champions. The other challenge that you may see is that firms may disregard the illegality of cartels and see cartel agreements as one way to resolve this issue of uncertainty because of the zero economic growth. Consider also, for example, that the global economic growth is expected to remain subdued this year. And in this setting, there is going to be a desire from some that one way to boost demand is to adopt protectionist policies or policies that come close to protecting one's markets. The steel industry is one example where such calls have come. But the solution for me is not to limit trade, given that the slowdown is a global slowdown. The familiar pattern is that when the going gets tough, the not so tough seek protection and exemptions. I think many questions remain. For example, is competition policy the problem or the solution? Are there potential drawbacks of direct industrial policy, or are there other less distorting measures other than industrial policy itself? To me, there are a number of things that competition policy should do to address this or to remain relevant. First, despite calls that may come from others, that let's coordinate competition policy, or calls that may come from the corporate sector, that times are hard, and because times are hard, competition policy should be lenient. I believe that competition enforcement itself should remain vigilant and intervene in markets, because anti-competitive agreements amongst competitors raise prices and decrease innovations. On abuse of dominance, internal growth is good, but the level playing field should remain guaranteed for all. On merger control, external growth should be allowed if the efficiencies outweigh the market power effects. So, on the second point I want to make is around advocacy, and that competition law enforcement cannot on itself deliver the benefits of competition. In this regard, competition advocacy should focus on two things. It should focus, one, on fostering an environment where you have a competition-friendly culture, and two, it must focus on ensuring that there is a removal of barriers to entry, and on this point I agree with Simon. The only fallacy, though, for me is that in the competition policy community, there is always this desire to talk of barriers to entry only as competition or anti-competitive practices. Barriers to entry are broader. And they relate to a number of things. For example, the startup finance. The Commissioner Bonagele spoke about FDIs and their roles, human capital skills, and there are also barriers to entry that relate to risk of business failure. And if we accept this point that barriers to entry are beyond anti-competitive practices, then we should spend more time thinking of complementary measures that would address the issue of barriers to entry, that would involve government, that would involve regulators, that would involve business, and that would involve an active citizenry. A key lesson for me is that given the zero economic growth prospects for this year, competition policy itself is not like a puppy. It's not just for Christmas. So it must always be vigilant and always be on the lookout. I think I would like to perhaps close off with just one small remark that I think for us as competition regulators, we must continue to be aggressive in advancing our mission, which is to undertake competition regulation for a growing and inclusive economy. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Liberty. Liberty's made his priorities very, very clear. When the going gets tough, the weak should not come to Pretoria to look for sympathy from Liberty. What does his predecessor feel about the matter? We turn to you, Simon, to answer the same question.
Well, I was going to... I'm getting relatively brief because a number of the points that I was going to make have been made by Tanya and Liberty already. So I think, and just in terms of the question about whether vigorous enforcement can sometimes threaten other industrial policy objectives, yes, obviously it can if those industrial policy objectives have been captured by an incumbent firm. But at the same time, I have argued in the first set of remarks that actually you're not going to realize competitive markets without industrial policy. You're not going to realize competitive markets given scale economies, given network issues, without effective support measures for rivals to enter the market. And so a good test, I think, of the micro-policy agenda of a country is in actual fact that interface of industrial policy and competition enforcement and how it's working. I think on the industrial policy side, then, as Tanya referred to, there's quite a lot of work that shows that if the industrial policies support rivals in markets, it's more likely to have stronger outcomes, better outcomes. Even whereas in the Chinese situation, some of those firms are strongly state-owned, partly state-owned, but you privilege rivalry in particular. If you're supporting a single dominant firm, there may be good reasons a priori to do that, given the kind of scale economies, but you must be very careful of the ability of that dominant firm to then continue to skew the agenda in its favor. The two things I'd like to just add very briefly is one, that in our situation in South Africa, we need to think about this at the regional level. There's much greater potential for industrial policy to build capabilities in areas like food and agriculture, and at the same time to increase competitive rivalry if that industrial policy works to do that in Southern Africa as a whole, where markets are opened up. The firms, on the other hand, I think have lobbied very strongly to try and use restrictions on trade essentially to divide markets, to maintain higher levels of concentration, and essentially to run regional cartels. And so that regional dimension is one area that I'd like to add. And the second area I'd like to talk about is in the context of the merger remedies, which fall under public interest. And for a long time, public interest was seen as a shorthand for employment, which of course is only one of the areas. The other areas of public interest which have come to the forefront are essentially industrial policy type areas. And demonstrate the kind of ways in which the competition regime can be complementary with a constructive industrial policy agenda. And the interesting thing that's happening is the extent to which that is being picked up by other countries. So, for example, in the AB InBev merger, countries such as Ethiopia are actually looking at the conditions that have been employed here, and in fact, they said they haven't actually approved the merger yet. They're still holding out, negotiating on these types of conditions to support local farmers. They have, though one must bear in mind, don't have the same levels of concentration, which I'm sure is being pointed out to them by the beer manufacturer. They have around 6 competitors in beer, in actual fact. So there's their arguments, different arguments may apply there. But just an illustration, a last illustration to highlight the regional dimensions. One of the biggest effects on cement prices, the old competition favorite, in many African countries, has come through the entry of Dangote, different names in different countries, and has brought cement prices down by 30 to 50% in many countries in the region. This lowers the cost of infrastructure, supports long-run growth, and that's essentially related very closely to kind of industrial policy objectives that supports inward investment, but also trading across borders, where entry in one country can affect the prices in another, where there's trade across borders, but very, very material impacts as a result. Thank you.
Thanks. Mark, over to you. Okay. So it's working? Yes. Well, a lot of things have been done, has been said already by my 3 predecessors on this question. When I read your question, the real problem is how to define industrial policy. We know how to define competition policy, and in university you have course on competition policy. There is usually no course on industrial policy. It's something very different. So if I read your question, can we think about industrial policy as organizing tariff protection, anti-dumping duties, or is it helping rivals to enter the market, as Simon said? So it's very different. So the answer to the question can be yes. Competition policy is going against industrial policy if it's bad industrial policy, and it's going to be no if of course industrial policy is in some way a way to create the good level playing field for competition policy to be effective. Now. There is this question and this long discussion about the link or the exchange between trade and competition policy. Of course, trade openness has been often considered as a good complement for competition policy. And we can see firms reacting to this type of to the openness by different activities, different strategy. In terms of differentiation of product can be good, or just to take another example, in terms of vertical arrangement. To create a more barrier to entry. Anyway, the problem is with that is the situation is complex, because we can see that a stricter competition policy can be a good way to increase the chance of domestic firm to go into the export market. But in the same time, what we see is also that a more competitive market can be also a way for other countries to be more aggressive in terms of taxes. So that and that raised the question of how we deal with this with trade policy, and how at the international market, how we find a way to find a way so that the trade policy are good complement of competition policy in the different country, and for this. We don't have right now the good institution, because WTO cannot do that. So right now we have maybe a soft system to solve this issue, but it's of course a very important question about how to deal with this two policy, and how to complement them, and to make them at the international level going into the right direction for the growth of countries.
Thank you very much, Mark. Okay, we can go on to our third question, and I can introduce our one panelist who we've kept silent for the moment, to Dr. Marcio de Oliveira, who is the acting president at the moment of CAGI, which is the Brazilian competition regulator. So, Marcio, I understand that you're going to deal with all our questions in one. The efficiency shown in Rio and our recent Olympics is going to be shown here as well. Marcio, the floor over to you.
Okay, thank you. Can I'll speak from there. Just let me get this. Thank you. Okay. First of all, I would like to thank the Competition Commission for the invitation to come here and to this conference. Well, I'm going to talk a little bit about the Brazilian experience. So I'll just go to slide number 4. Well, I would say a few words about the recent Brazilian economic history. Well, from the 1930s to the 1970s, we made a huge effort to build a complete industrial sector in Brazil, with the production of non-durable, durable consumer goods and capital goods. To do so, Brazil followed the so-called industrialization based on import substitution. It was based on the ECLEX ideas. The main authors were Raul Prebisch from Argentina and Celso Furtado from Brazil. Their ideas were very influential in Latin America during the 20th century, and they are still popular in some circles in Brazil nowadays. Well, during the import substitution process, the state had a very important role, and state-owned enterprises controlled important sectors of the economy. In fact, they were monopolists in many sectors. I would say oil, electricity, and telecommunications, for example. Also, the state coordinated prices and quotas among main players in many sectors of the economy. So there were state institutions that coordinated cartels up to the 1970s in Brazil. And so there was almost no room for competition policies. And despite that, Brazil experienced high economic growth rates during that period. Well, even though there was little room for competition policies, CADE, which is the competition authority of Brazil, was created in 1962. But it was not an independent agency. It was just part of the Ministry of Justice. So we can say that despite the creation of CADE, there wasn't a competition policy in Brazil in the sense we understand it nowadays. During the 1980s, we had the failure of that model of development with the external debt crisis, hyperinflation, and very low rates of economic growth. GDP per capita stagnated during the 80s, and that decade became known as the lost decade in Brazil. Well, during the 1990s, the economic model changed. There were market-oriented reforms like trade liberalization, deregulation, and the privatization of state-owned enterprises. And in 1994, we had the end of the hyperinflation with the so-called Plano Real. Real is the current currency in Brazil. Well, after that, the role of the state changed radically. State no longer controlled prices and market quotas. In other words, the state no longer was a cartel coordinator. And the price control mechanisms had to be replaced by free competition. There was then a new type of state intervention based on competition, where competition and regulation became fundamental mechanisms of a new development strategy. Well, so after that, there was the need to build a competition policy. In 1994, a law was passed and CADE became an independent agency. The so-called Brazilian System of Economic Defense was formed by the Ministry, SEAI, which is the Secretariat at the Ministry of Finance, which was responsible for economic opinion, mainly in merger cases. It was also formed by the Secretariat of Economic Law of the Ministry of Justice, which was in charge of investigations, mainly in conduct cases. And we had CADE, which was only the tribunal responsible for trials. In 2012, the system and CADE were completely restructured by a new law passed in 2011, and competition policy was strengthened. So this is the design of the new competition system in Brazil. Now CADE has an investigation body, the general superintendents, and the tribunal. SEAI, which is a secretariat of the Ministry of Finance, is responsible only for advocacy. So basically, CADE is responsible for the whole competition policy in Brazil. And the policy has been working very well. We implemented the pre-merger review system. The general superintendents is responsible for analyzing simple mergers, and the tribunal concentrates on the more complex ones. So, with less merger cases, the tribunal dedicates itself to analyzing conduct cases. Consequently, judgments of many cases of cartel occurred, and the anti-cartel policy thrived with the help of the successful leniency program. But going back to our topic, did the successful Brazilian competition policy had an impact on productivity and on economic growth? Let's see. We have some figures here where I show you that the productivity gap increased after 1990. There seemed to be a convergence between Brazilian and American productivity indicators from 1960 to 1980, when Brazilian productivity was 36% of the US figure. But since then, the gap increased. Brazilian productivity in 2015 was just 25% of the US. So there is a process of divergence going on. The gap is increasing. At the same time, some countries, you can see there, like Chile and South Korea, are experiencing a process of convergence. And in case of Brazil, that happens because the productivity grows very slowly. It grew a little bit faster after the trade liberalization during the 90s, but it soon stagnated again. And the result is a decrease in economic growth. As you can see, Brazilian economic growth peaked in the 1970s and has been quite low since then. We had a small recovery during the last decade, but that was probably due to the commodity boom, and it was not a tendency. As you can see, economic growth slowed again in the last decade. So, why are the economic growth rates so low in Brazil? There are many causes. I would point two main causes, but there are others. Low investment to GDP ratio. Since the 80s, the ratio has been always under 20%, and stagnant productivity. So, is the competition policy dispensable? Of course, it is not. Competition policy has other benefits. It's important to control firms' market power and the abuse of dominant position. It's also important to dismantle cartels. And what are the results of these benefits? Prices and supply close to competitive levels. That benefits consumers, of course, and there is an increase in consumer surplus. But what about the efforts to innovate and their impact on productivity and economic growth? Well, I believe they are positive, but there are numerous variables that also influence economic growth, and it is difficult to separate them all. So we have to insist on competition policies, not only due to their effect on economic growth, but also due to the other benefits that competition policies have. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Well, Francis, can we put the same question to you about the Kenyan experience?
Thank you, Norman. The way I take the question is I'll approach it in a way like I'm auditing myself in terms of implementation of the competition law based on the three tenets of the competition law of Kenya. That is one, regulation of market structure, and number two, regulation of market conduct, and number three, the advocacy role we have to the government. Having said that, is that I'll take one case per each tenet to see the impact it has had on economy after our own intervention. And I'll start in regard to the regulation of market conduct. I had mentioned this case of some exclusive agreements between the Safaricom Limited, which is the dominant firm, and the mobile money agents, where Safaricom had entered into exclusive agreements with the agents that they cannot deal with other monies from other service providers. And when we intervened, we saw a reduction in terms of the rates which Safaricom was charging for transferring of money by 67%. And I can say these rates were based on the commonly used bonds by the poor people. And I can say that was quite a substantial amount of money in terms of reduction in markups. Also, as I had indicated, is that we saw an increase in the number of those agents by 16.4% within a period of 1 year. Also, we saw an increase in the revenue. That is, Safaricom now started competing for these agents with the other service providers. And we saw the increase in revenue of those agents increase by 15.6% in that 1 year. So you can see the growth in terms of the reduction in terms of markups and growth of revenue for the agencies and employment. However, also we saw some innovation where we have seen the agencies being removed from the supply chain in terms of the mobile payments. We have seen these days you can withdraw your money from your bank account and put it in your mobile wallet and transfer it maybe to your mother in the rural area, and your mother now can go and pay a bill using that money. So you can see there has been removal of that double marginalization in terms of the agency in this supply chain. And that's quite an innovation. And also we are seeing innovation, that kind of innovation, also it's removing the ATMs. These days, you don't need to go to automated teller machine to withdraw your money. You can just withdraw through them your mobile payment. And I think that kind of intervention has seen that you can increase growth. The other area also in terms of the regulation of conduct, it's the issue of anchor tenancy. We have seen growth of shopping malls in Kenya. And previously we had this issue that I should be the only anchor tenant in the shopping mall. But we have interacted with the shopping mall developers, and we have shown that we are not going to allow that, because one is that I know it's a common practice to have this common anchor tenancy in Europe, but that it depends with your own market. Moving from one shopping mall to another shopping mall in Kenya, they might in totally different geographic market because of the traffic jam. And therefore, we were defining the one shopping mall to be part of one geographic market. And we have come up with a policy that if at all there is space, you have to accommodate others. And the shopping malls which have come and they have accommodated 2 supermarkets, we have seen quite a substantial reduction in terms of the prices of the items being sold in those shopping malls. And that's quite a positive reduction in markups. In terms of the merger control, sometimes back last year is that we had a merger of 2 supermarkets, which focus on the middle income consumers. And these supermarkets, they were based in the town center, generally in the town center, and one wanted to take over the outlets of the other one. And we rejected the merger. We disallowed the merger on the basis that the close proximity of those outlets is that you could see one really intended to kill competition by closing the other branches. And it could have really increased the market share of one single supermarket in the city center to around 70-something%. And taking into account that these supermarkets, they're usually visited by the poor people who board the public service vehicles, it could have really hurt them. When we rejected this merger, we have seen the entry of Choppies supermarket from Botswana, and therefore is that we ensured that we retained the number of players in the market and build also a more credible player. And with this is that we ensure this employment. And number 2 is that we can see some reduction in terms of the prices, which are basically for the poor. The other area, it's in regard to our role in advising the government in terms of removing regulatory obstacles. A good example, it's in the agriculture sector. We had an investor who wanted to invest by building a tea processing factory, focusing on what I may call a specialty tea, purple tea. And the regulations, as they were under the Ministry of Agriculture, is that anybody who would like to invest in this kind of investment had to get a letter of no objection from the from the incumbents. You know, you tell the other guys, hey, you can come in and we compete. And of course, I don't think the incumbents were that stupid, and therefore they said no, there's no adequate tea, and therefore we cannot allow him. But the other issue, if at all an investor is seeing an opportunity, who are you to tell him that there's no opportunity? And the investment was just focusing on 100 acres, which the investor owned. We advised the Ministry of Agriculture that they need to remove this regulatory obstacle, and we saw the investor coming on board, making the investment to a tune of about 100 million shillings in those 100 acres. Number two, we have seen the increase in terms of the exports of purple tea from that area increased by 20 million shillings per annum. And also the farmers who moved from growing the traditional tea, that is the black tea, and focused on the purple tea, is that their incomes have increased by 270%. And that's quite a credible increment. So in short, I can say there has been some positive effects on economic growth through the enforcement of competition law in Kenya.
Thank you, Franz. Well, I think there's a number of very interesting examples there, and I think we have a commission of inquiry into the retail industry, and I think you will be a very good person to bring out here. So if the commissioner is listening to us, get another ticket from Nairobi during the course of that inquiry. The last word, of course, in these matters goes to the World Bank. So we've got, I think, just 2 minutes left. Tanya, if we can hear from you some examples that you're aware of from your work.
Hello? No. I have to stand up.
You want to just come up there?
Sorry.
So I'm going to provide two examples from the winners of the World Bank Group annual advocacy contest that we organized together with the International Competition Network. So I will focus on two examples that show two ways that competition authorities can contribute to economic growth, and also using two different instruments. So first, just to recap, so the existence of monopolies and also of tight oligopolies or cartels with high level of market powers reduce output. Therefore, when you allow for more entry and more competition, then you would expect to actually allow for more production and an important component of GDP growth. So Zambia offers one micro examples of how tackling an exclusionary practice can unlock production by new firms. So in this case, in response to a complaint from small-scale sawmillers that the sole supplier of softwood had only renewed licenses for large sawmilling firms, the Competition Commission recommended that firm, Savico, to come up with a competitive process of allocating softwood licenses for both the existing and also potential sawmill applicants. This resulted in the entry of 500 small-scale sawmillers, created an estimated 5,000 direct jobs, and also expanded the output of the sector. So this is just one example of one specific intervention using, in this case, the enforcement powers of the Competition Commission of Zambia. Also, eliminating restrictions to competition in input markets would reduce the cost for other businesses and therefore increase value added in those industries as well. So this will have like spillover effects. So here I just want to point out to the example of Colombia. There, the Superintendence of Industry and Commerce, that is the one that has the power to enforce the competition law, actually advised the telecom regulator and also the Ministry of Communications on how to design the tender for 4G spectrum. So this actually ensured a level playing field in this auction. It actually introduced some caps to limit a little bit the potential outcome that only the incumbents can get additional spectrum. And actually, this ended up allowing for the entry of 2 new mobile players. And actually, what you can see in the market is that the number of subscribers of mobile internet services increased, and also the penetration and specifically the market share of the incumbents increased rapidly. So this has, you can also see that the prices of these mobile services have dropped. And because small enterprises are the ones that usually use mobile services to connect with suppliers and customers and also to access market information and carry out transactions, then this has had an expanded effect in these other industries. So again, both these cases illustrate how either enforcement or advocacy can have positive effects. When we think about especially the telecom industry, some of these changes is just basically one government action, but can have spillover effects across the economy. And this is something perhaps pertinent currently in South Africa as well, as the discussion of the allocation of spectrum evolves. Thank you. Sorry.
Tanya, thank you. Thank you to the audience. It's been a long morning, and thank you for your patience. We are now going to we're about to give you your long-awaited tea break. But before we do that, let me firstly thank the panel for the level of input that they've given us and the ideas on our main theme. And if we could just once again express thanks to all of them. Thank you. Before I go, we've just got some service announcements to be made, and they're going to be made by our MC for the proceedings. If I can just introduce Songezo. He is appropriately a professional MC, unlike me, which is why he has a red tie as opposed to my green tie. So Songezo, if I could hand over to you, please.
Merci beaucoup, Norman. Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs. Je m'appelle Songezo Mapete. I thought I should also accommodate our French colleagues. Good morning indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Just some speedy announcements, and please listen very carefully because I've been told... You don't understand? Okay. There's going to be the MOU signing session, and I have been told, not that I think I need to tell you, it's literally an MOU signing session. I don't see you guys clamoring to go watch people sign paper, but it's strictly for the DMs and the media. So I thought I should just get that out there in case some of you might have had other ambitions. That's the first thing. On your program, those of you who do have it, for all intents and purposes, this becomes Parallel A venue. If there's reference to Parallel B venue, it is the venue closest to the mountain over here. That's Parallel B venue, this is Parallel A venue. And of course, those of you, I don't see why you would have, but channel 1 on these acoustics is for the French language, and channel 2 is the Russian language. Does everybody get that? Also, during the course of the lunch hour, it will be the book launch. It will be happening in this venue. You are more than entitled to be in this venue at that time. If they tell you something else, at least tell them that your stuff is here and you just want to look after it as the process goes on. Right now, we're going to enjoy tea for 30 minutes, and at the same time that the tea is happening will be the signing of the MOU. I have been told that we're under strict time pressures. I don't think I need to tell you that too, because everybody can tell. So please let us adhere to the 30 minutes, notwithstanding whether or not they are done with the MOU signing session. This program is not affected by that, but it will not happen within 30 minutes. So after 30 minutes, come back anyway, we start the program. That will also put subtle pressure on the commissioners and the VIPs to get it over and done with. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now the tea break. Merci beaucoup. Bonjour. session is going to be somewhat expedited, so perhaps you shouldn't give too much credence to the time allocations because we are hopelessly out of time. That said, the lunch break will be shortened. As per the program, it is 1.5 hours, the lunch break. We're going to expedite the book launch as well so that immediately when it is done, no more than 60 minutes allocated for the book launch versus the 90 minutes on the program, we will start. So whatever time we finish this session, the book launch will start. When that starts, the clock starts ticking for 60 minutes of it to happen, whereafter we will start the last sessions, and those are the parallel sessions happening in this venue and in that venue. The panel is full, so we're waiting for Yasim to come and start. Thank you very much for your attention, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, good afternoon and welcome back. We are going to start our panel. We're just waiting for Andre to come out of finishing the signing of the MOU and answering a few questions. But I thought I'd just give us some milestones for consideration of how we're going to proceed. First, we're going to have our policy lecture for half an hour by our eminent Professor Ioannis Lianos. And then we're going to have a panel discussion which will last for probably an hour. So we're looking at 1.5 hours of your time. If we finish early, we will open up the panel for questions from the floor, but let's see how we do. So I just want to take a 5-minute peek in and see how they're doing there. As you know, Norman Manoyam is the chair of the Competition Tribunal, and he's just given me an instruction, a humble member of the Competition Tribunal, to start proceedings. So I take no responsibility for that. I'm just acting under instructions, as say. So we will start our policy lecture, and I introduce to you Professor Ioannis Lianos. He's a professor and chair of global competition law and public policy at the University College in London. Some of you met him yesterday, and some of you have met him previously, but his bios are all there in the little booklet that you have and on the app.
Thank you very much, Yasmin, and thank you again for your invitation. As the topic of our panel today is about global governance of competition law, I thought I would share some thoughts about this. So on the 19th of May 2016 in St. Petersburg, BRICS competition authorities signed a memorandum of understanding which remain in effect for a period of 4 years, and which aims at promoting and strengthening the cooperation in competition law and policy of the different parties through exchanges of information and best practices, as also through capacity building activities. What is actually also interesting is a particular provision of this memorandum of understanding that sets up a liaison committee consisting of one representative of each BRICS jurisdiction, which will ensure adequate communications and consultations among the parties. A quite interesting provision in the MOU is the establishment of working groups to conduct joint studies on matters of common interest, and such working groups are being proposed by a party through the liaison committee. Each party is free to make its own decisions whether or not to participate in a working group, and in the context of that particular provision, there has been some common work that has started in the food industry, and in particular the food industry working group. And in a certain way, the idea is to move and include other matters of interest for the competition authorities. So the area of competition law has increasingly been a theme for BRICS cooperation, in particular since the joint declaration of the heads of BRICS governments in Ufa in 2015. In 2014, the HSC Skolkovo Institute for Law and Development, in collaboration with FIS, the Russian Competition Authority, established an annual forum in St. Petersburg with the support of the Center for Law, Economics and Society at UCL, with the aim to promote an academic competition authority, knowledge platform between BRICS authorities, and a number of BRICS and foreign academics in competition law and policy. The two first competition law fora were held in June 2015 and in May 2016, and they were designed and supported by the Center for Law, Economics and Society at UCL. So these new developments indicate that BRICS jurisdictions are increasingly taking a proactive approach in collaborating in the area of global antitrust for matters that concern their own jurisdiction and may affect their economy. Within this particular context, we have been thinking on the elaboration of a proper competition authorities academia partnership, which may cover more areas than the global food value chain that we're currently exploring, and in a certain way could touch upon different areas. So I will say that this is part of the proposal that I will try to put forward in this particular presentation. But I think this particular episode is just one episode in the long saga in the debate over the global governance on competition law. And I think this particular debate over the global governance of competition law has gained particular attention the last 10 years, in particular as competition law systems started to multiply since the early 1990s, once pro-market reforms and liberalization gained in importance in various parts of the world. I'll probably need for the slides, oh no, you have to change the slides. Okay, here you are. So while at the end of the 1970s, only 9 jurisdictions had a competition law and only 6 of them had a competition authority in place, in 2016, more than 120 jurisdictions around the world have adopted and effectively implement competition law. At the same time, we witness an increase in the activity of new competition authorities in the area of merger control, but also beyond. So the more authorities are involved in reviewing global merger transactions or are investigating global cartels, the more the complexity of bilateral cooperation increases. It is frequent that the same transaction will be reviewed by more than a dozen competition authorities around the world. As a recent OECD report indicates, the Cooperation Complexity Index for merger deals has increased by about 23 times from 1995 to 2011. So the index can also be calculated for cartel enforcement as a function of the number of authorities involved and the number of investigations with an international element. For international cartel investigations, the Cooperation Complexity Index has increased by about 53 times between 1990 to 1994 and 2007-2011. So this proliferation of national competition laws sets important challenges for the global governance of antitrust, by which concept I refer to the management of the risks generated by the increased interconnectedness of cross-border enforcement of competition law. An important risk involves the cost of cross-jurisdictional disagreement, which it is alleged may create particularly complex situations for international businesses. So these disagreements may also affect the effectiveness of competition law enforcement, as it is increasingly more difficult for competition law regimes to impose remedies that take into account the negative externalities imposed by the specific anti-competitive conduct, not only to their own consumers, but also to consumers of other jurisdictions. For instance, a global merger may affect the market of a handful of jurisdictions, each having the possibility to block it in case, of course, it has a sufficient size to affect the incentives of the merging firms. As no jurisdiction controls more than 20% of the global GDP, it looks likely that if one jurisdiction takes a decision on the basis of its domestic concerns, this may potentially produce important externalities to the consumers of the other jurisdictions. It is also clear that the decisions to block or clear a merger are not symmetrical. For a global merger to go through, it needs the agreement of more than 4 or 5 major jurisdictions, while for a global merger to be blocked, the opposition of a significant jurisdiction in terms of global GDP may be sufficient, the stricter substantive standard usually prevailing. A recent OECD report explains that while from 1990 to 2011, the complexity of cooperation has increased on average, because we talk about cartels, abuse of dominance, mergers, etc., 20 times or more, the legal mechanisms for cooperation have hardly evolved. So this gap in the global governance of competition law has led many to argue for a strategy of incremental policy convergence, augmented by the elaboration of a number of global institutional mechanisms to enhance cooperation among various jurisdictions in the area of competition law. It is clear that further international cooperation should be promoted, but I think one needs to understand the practical limits of cooperation in the context of an increasingly more complex institutional environment and conflicting approaches in matters of economic policy, including the area of competition law. It is also important to assess more critically the policy convergence claim, as it might not be practically achievable and theoretically appealing to strive for greater policy convergence in the area of competition law. So the first part of this talk will critically explore the claim for policy convergence in this area, and I will conclude that it is practically unachievable and normatively contestable. The paper actually that this presentation is based on, and which will be available on the SSRN next week, argues that the concept and mechanisms of policy convergence should be replaced by a different conceptual framework for the global governance of competition law that emphasizes the establishment of higher level of trust between the different competition authorities, but also between the authorities and their stakeholders, the people. So the second part of the talk will briefly explore the role of BRICS in the establishment of the architecture of global governance in this area, so that it corresponds better to the dynamics of systemic transformation of the competition law enterprise and the challenges posed by expanding global interdependence in this area. As you'll see, I argue for a more intensive cooperation between BRICS jurisdictions in the area of competition law and policy, the first step in this process being the establishment of a BRICS joint research platform. And I consider that this cooperation may not only serve the interests of the BRICS jurisdictions by enhancing the quality of their competition law enforcement, but I will also consider a significant contribution to a more inclusive and participation-centered model for the global governance of competition law and policy. I think it is clear by now that competition law in various sectors of the economy become global, and obviously this is related to the development of global value chains and the intense transnational M&A activity going on around the world. I will say more about global value chains later, but actually what is interesting to see is that we have seen a recent trend towards global consolidation and concentration in a number of sectors. I mean, I'll give you very briefly some examples. This is the seed markets, for instance, where we have the CR4, the major 4 firms controlling 58.2% in seeds, and in pesticides, basically, this is around 62.1%. If we look to other factors of other inputs in this market, global fertilizers, potash, CR2, more than 80%, nitrogen, very highly concentrated oligopoly, phosphorus, CR2, more than 80%. And most interestingly, if you look to a global livestock genetics market, the CR2 there for turkeys and hens and broilers is basically more than 90%. Now, that obviously, a rising concentration doesn't necessarily mean that we have a competition problem as such, because obviously, since the 1970s and 1980s, the literature actually has been much more critical about the claim that concentration equals trouble, and actually we look to anti-competitive effects and market power. But I think that it's quite interesting that we see these rising levels of concentration. Obviously, at least that needs some further scrutiny. At the same time, global players in the digital economy, because we discussed yesterday about the digital economy, are largely concentrated in specific geographic locations. And for instance, if we talked yesterday about platform businesses, and as you can see there, most of these are situated in the United States and in Asia, with some few being actually in Europe. And if we look to the geography of digital value, looking to global unicorns, and basically unicorns are startups with more than $1 billion US. Turnover, basically, we see most of them being in North America and Asia, and a few in Europe, which actually also motivates. And these documents are taken by a recent report of DG Connect, and in a way, this expresses also the worries that European Commission officials have over the fact that Europe is lagging behind, and this is also one of the imperatives for the digital single market policy in the EU. So it's actually political economy motivated competition policy. So that brings me to the discussion about global convergence. And I will say that recent discussions over the need for an architecture of global governance in competition law have turned around the need to achieve policy convergence, and the various mechanisms may be put in place so as to promote international cooperation between competition authorities. Now, the aim, of course, is to reduce the occurrence of conflicting outcomes. And in that particular perspective, the heterogeneity of competition laws is seen as a source of large costs for companies active in multiple foreign markets, as well as for competition law authorities, which are obliged to run multiple parallel investigations. Although the narrative of policy convergence has been a factor driving international cooperation, in the area of competition law, the assumptions on which it relies upon and its normative implications have not really been examined in depth. It is usually assumed that globalization of economic activity provides the legal irritant for the development of competition law regimes worldwide, with the aim to regulate the negative externalities of global capitalism, in particular the exercise of market power in transnational markets. So from this perspective, the adoption of competition laws in various jurisdictions is subject to similar principles of development, thus implying that once the various competition law regimes reach a similar level of maturity, they will tend to converge, as they will have to respond to a similar set of external stimuli. That is what has been called by George Priest, a Yale Law professor, the absolutist view. So I consider that such proposition is neither descriptively accurate nor normatively appealing. First, although the various competition law regimes around the world emanate from similar sources and represent to a certain extent a modified version of the original model developed in the United States during the 19th century and early 20th century, a closer look to the global diffusion of competition law, in particular the last 3 decades, indicates that the different trajectories pursued by each competition law regime establish complex relations of path dependence that cannot be accounted for by the absolutist view. I explore an alternative theoretical framework, policy diffusion, which challenges the simple assumptions of policy convergence model and enables us, I think, to set the conceptual foundations for the global governance of competition law. So diffusion has been described as any process where prior adoption of a trait or practice in a population alters the probability of adoption for remaining non-adapters. So by emphasizing this interdependence of policy choices effectuated by states, diffusion theory assumes that the outcome for its actor here, a state, depends on the choices of all other actors with which they share some form of interdependence. So trade-related interdependence, spatial interdependence, cultural or communicational one. Although a product of interdependence, diffusion does not lead to similar outcomes across jurisdictions. So the diffusion of competition law in different political settings and legal traditions illustrates its gray malleability and the operation of various background factors. So the diffusion of competition law from the United States, where it was framed as a distinct legal field, in different political settings and legal traditions, illustrates its great normative appeal and its conceptual flexibility. However, despite this common core, and the adoption of effective implementation of competition law has been characterized by a great degree of variability among jurisdictions, notwithstanding the considerable role played by international actors aiming to generate different mechanisms of policy convergence. This diversity is not only reflected in the adoption of specific models of competition law across various jurisdictions, but also in the way this area of law has been effectively implemented. So the implementation of competition law varies, of course, with each jurisdiction through time, and often depends on the specific institutions in place, their capabilities, but also the policy area in which it is intervening. There might be also some dissonance between the intended enforcement of competition law, and this is proclaimed in the foundational text, guidelines, legislation, constitutional or other provisions that have put in place in its jurisdiction in this area, and its day-to-day operation in the specific jurisdictions. I think among the factors that may explain the diversity of competition law systems in various jurisdictions is the patterns of diffusion, that is, the mechanisms of interdependence that lead to the adoption and implementation of a specific policy by another state, and in more general background factors that affect the interdependence among these jurisdictions. So policy diffusion should be understood broadly as consisting of adoption and implementation. So adoption is the formal introduction of the competition law regime in the legal system. Implementation is basically refers to the stages after the decisional point of adoption and must be understood as referring to the depth of adoption. And obviously, diffusion might be voluntary, it might be non-voluntary, it might be horizontal, or it might be actually vertical. Now, if we look actually to the typology of mechanisms of diffusion that has been put forward by diffusion theory in this more political science literature, they distinguish between the following typology of diffusions: learning, so resulting from internal or external sources; externalities that provide incentives altering the cost-benefit ratios of domestic actors. That could be, for instance, competition among governments for resources, let's say to appeal to foreign investors. It could be coercion when the diffusion of a specific policy innovation results from the use of economic or material power, increasing asymmetric bargaining, imposing conditionality for these reforms. And one might think of World Bank IMF loans, or participating, be member of the EU. You can't really do that unless you have a competition law, etc. Contractualization, when diffusion results from some form of symmetric bargaining between states or soft international organization influence. We can actually have socialization among networks of experts and or administrative elites that develop shared understandings and beliefs due to their continuous interaction, and we basically do that today. And emulation, indicating the desire or need of domestic actors to conform to internationally widespread norms in order to increase the legitimacy of policy choices. Some recent studies have focused on the micro-foundations of transborder policy diffusion, advancing the importance of the electorate in pushing for the adoption of successful policy innovations developed elsewhere, the so-called voter information model. So these various patterns of diffusion, I think, alter the incentives of domestic actors and may lead to different policy outcomes, even if the original policy design diffuse is the same. So various diffusion mechanisms may work in parallel and lead to a complex trajectory, eventually establishing path dependencies that affect the evolution of the policy transferred in the specific jurisdiction. So focusing on diffusion rather than on the existence or not of convergence presents, I think, several advantages. First, it avoids the conceptual narrowness of convergence, which views a specific policy, in this case competition law, from the perspective of the actors affected, focusing on the outcomes of the policy process and largely ignoring the policy process itself. Diffusion theory, I think, enables a researcher to move beyond the analysis of the outcomes of the policy process. It provides important clues as to why policies spread in some jurisdictions and not in others, and as to the extent to which the pattern of diffusion may impact on the content of the policies diffused. Secondly, diffusion may be operationalized with the help of indicators linked to specific patterns of diffusion, thus offering to the researcher the opportunity to measure policy diffusion. And of course, they highlight the various forms of interdependence linking the various policy actors rather than insisting on their common or divergent reaction to common factors affecting them. Although I think policy convergence is the talk of the day among antitrust enforcers, I think the concept itself needs a bit of more, it's a search of a definition. I refer here to David Gerber's definition of the term convergence. According to him, convergence necessarily refers to the process of movement towards a center, the so-called convergence point. So the discussion over competition law convergence at the global scale seems to seems to indicate the process by which the characteristics of individual computational systems increasingly resemble some set of the characteristics representing the convergence point or model. And for Gerber, actually, this model is the so-called economics-based model for competition law, or neoclassical price theory frame model for competition law. And in a certain way, I mean, there are many reasons that explain the development of that particular model, but the main issue is here that this model actually largely relies on economic concepts, methods, and overall narratives. So in a certain way, if we look, let's say, to that particular process of the policy convergence, let's say, towards more regulatory sameness or regulatory compatibility in the area of competition law, that is actually, I think, the point that has been put forward by many international organizations, as well as we can see, more broadly, let's say, in the global mega trade agreements that have been recently negotiated, for instance, the TTIP, or the which includes, for instance, a section on convergence and regulatory convergence and regulatory compatibility. Now, I believe that this particular type of objective is obviously something that might be the benefit of global business, and I think this is a definitely legitimate claim. But at the same time, I think that there are several problems with regards to achieving global policy convergence. First, I think we have still important differences between competition law systems on the way the various concepts, framework, and tools generated by these international institutional networks are implemented in practice. Secondly, we have witnessed the last 2 decades the emergence of new competitional regimes of global significance: China, India, Brazil, Russia, South Africa, Mexico, and Turkey. And to a certain degree, these regimes basically for the time being developing their process in the process of soul searching, which they're trying to integrate the specificities of their economies and institutional capabilities. And I think, although at the beginning we always see a process, let's say, of initial convergence to the original model, these phases usually followed by a phase of divergence once economic, legal, and political cultural specificities start kicking in. Thirdly, I mean, there's a very important change in the global economy. The global share of the EU and the US has been shrinking from 60% in 2003 to approximately 45% in 2013. And according to the OECD, the recent report, it will be by 2030, 35% only of the world GDP. So from that perspective, I think that increases the leverage of the competition authorities of BRICS and other countries in the global governance of competition law and policy. Fourth, one of the most important in terms of political and economic significance jurisdictions in the world, China, is absent from the main fora advancing the global discussion in competition law and policy, mainly the ICN and the OECD. And I think this may have some impact on the legitimacy in terms of representativeness of the work accomplished in these particular fora. And fifth, it becomes clear that the ideological consensus emerging out of the roaring 1990s and early 2000s that formed the basis for the emergence of the global order of competition and policy is increasingly under intense scrutiny and eventually contestation. So to a certain degree then, I think that one might also advance a more pluralistic perspective with regards to the development of competition law standards. And to that sense, it becomes important to develop a participatory model of global convergence, governance of competition law that would promote total trust. Now, what I mean by the participation-centered approach, it is basically based on Neil Commissar's theoretical framework, the idea basically to make sure that we reduce minority and majority biases in the way policies are framed. So what could be minority biases here? It could be, for instance, the fact that some global corporations their interests are taken more into account than a number of other players. What could be the majority biases? It could be that a number of jurisdictions, let's say the majority of the jurisdictions or smaller jurisdictions, might, by taking a particular merger decision, affect the interests of, let's say, some global corporations without necessarily taking into account their interests as well. So I think it's very important to ensure more participation by these different interests in framing, let's say, competition policy, global competition policy, and also integrate a number of other stakeholders than the usual suspects, for instance, consumer and businesses, but also think about employees, small and medium undertakings, as well as citizens and the general public, which I think need to be more involved in the process of global governance of antitrust. I'm running out of time, and I've basically overestimated. I had this optimistic bias that I'll be able to say more in the 30 minutes that's allocated to me, so I won't have time to discuss some of the subjects I wanted to introduce you. These are developed in a long paper, which, as I said, will be available at the SSRN next week. But just to flag up one or two things, I think the Google cases show, in a certain way, illustrate the emergence of BRICS as a protagonist in global antitrust. I mean, it's quite interesting that while the U.S. actually authorities abandoned, let's say, the Google case in 2013 by reaching a settlement with regards to, let's say, specific aspects of the practices, with regards to Google. After, let's say, the EU, and you had the Russian authority and a number of other authorities taking cases, in April 2016, they expressed concerns, for instance, that Google unfairly used Android's strength in the mobile computing market to prioritize their own service over those of their competitors. I think the same thing with the Korean Fair Trade Commission, which looked into Android in 2013, found that their model did not infringe competition law, and basically has recently been reported that they reopened the investigation on this matter. So one couldn't help to notice that many of the cases brought by the EU, the US, and South Korean authorities are on similar grounds than the ones investigated by the BRICS authorities, which in this case took the initiative and played an active role in reframing the anti-competitive effects narrative. So I think it is an interesting episode to show that obviously BRICS play an important role. Now, I think that there is a possibility to pool resources together by BRICS competition authorities and BRICS academic also institutions and establish a joint research platform. The paper actually sets more clearly the different parameters of this proposal and actually how this could be done, and also sets a roadmap, let's say, for this particular research platform in order, let's say, to touch upon questions and issues that are not usually in the debate globally, let's say, for competition law and policy. One of those which I haven't been able, and I'm not able to develop, is global value chains, and how actually thinking about global value chains might, I think, introduce a new perspective on the way competition law is enforced. We actually been heavily inspired by work done by political economists on global value chains in our own work on the food sector, but I think one might possibly also analyze other areas, such as digital value chains in the same way. Now, what is important from that perspective is that by looking to value chains, one actually emphasizes not just the horizontal, let's say, aspects of competition, let's say the existence of competition between competitors in particular segments of the chain, but also what has been called vertical competition, which actually deals with the allocation of the share of the total surplus value of that particular chain. So I think these approaches might help us, let's say, to conceptualize better the competitive interactions in the global economy. And I think by having this joint research platform and having an alternative forum of discussion globally, the discussion, I think, will be quite enriched, and to a certain degree, the situation of the global architecture of antitrust law will be, I think, considerably improved. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Janice. We're going to kick off our discussion by asking our eminent Professor Frederick Jenny to give us an indication as to whether he agrees or not with Professor Lianos.
Thank you very much. It's not a question of disagreement, but I wanted to take the issue of convergence that Ioannis was talking about slightly differently by adding a few variables and a few facts that may help understand the issue. I think that he's right in the sense that there is no prospect of a convergence towards a standard model of economic analysis. Where I may differ from him is I think that this is not an objective which is actually pursued. Now, if we think about convergence, I like to link convergence and cooperation between competition authorities because the convergence comes through a process of cooperation among them and getting each other to know each other better. If we look at what convergence has happened, we see that there has been great strides towards not only the acceptance of competition policy and competition law enforcement as one element of economic policy, but also in the design of competition law. When it comes to the goals, 2001, the EU says, well, after all, yes, the protection of consumer surplus is a goal of competition law, which was not the case before. In terms of coverage, they are fairly similar in their coverages. There are still small differences when it comes to state aid, but other than that, abuse of dominance, mergers, and anti-competitive agreements. When it comes to the economic content of how one should approach competition law, there's now a widespread agreement on the fact that an economic-based approach is preferable to a more formal one, certainly in Europe. I mean, we have seen this development, but not only in Europe. I mean, if you take some of the recent Chinese decisions, and I will come back to that very briefly, you see also that trend. So I think it's been worldwide. In Europe, it's been the abandonment of the pre-notification of vertical agreements in 1999, and then the switch to a standard of abuse of standard of dominance in merger control towards a more economic standard, a significant impediment of effective competition, and that was in 2003. And then when it came to exclusionary practices of dominant firm, 2008. So we've seen in a very short period of time a lot of, at least at the transatlantic level, but with this, this is also indicator of a larger movement, a lot of convergence. Convergence on priorities, convergence on instruments, I'm not, remedies, I'm not going to go beyond that. There are some areas where there hasn't been any attempt, really, to push convergence. One of them is abuse of dominance, exploitative abuse of dominance. And there is an area, which has been pointed out by Lianos, where there's been a great deal of effort, because it was of great interest to the business community, which was mergers. But I want to say that I think that the process is more complex than just translating the desire of the business community into a model which is then sold to the rest of the world. I think that there are a number of forces that intervene into the process of convergence. There are external pressures, absolutely, and the trade community has been the business community through the trade community has certainly been a force that has pushed towards eliminating private barriers to trade. But there is also the development of ideas, and by the development of ideas, I mean the active role of economists and also of competition authorities. There have been the power of autonomous agents, and among those are competition authorities. And there's been also the economic threat, the fear that unless we, at the domestic level, there was a good governance of markets, there wouldn't be any investment or there would not be any trade. International organizations have played a comparatively small role in this process. you have to remember that the World Bank during most of the 1990s was not interested in the promotion of competition. This was one note of the, and the IMF was a little bit more keen on deregulation more than competition law. Slightly difference with the WTO and the OECD, which were more interested in pushing the agency, the convergence of competition, but I will come back to this. So I think that what happened is that competition authorities were faced, as we saw they grew, I mean, the number of them grew considerably. They also became more independent during the 1990s. And they were faced with several threats. We want to be independent from the trade negotiators. We want to be independent from the politicians. We want to be independent from the judges. Okay. We want to bypass all those sources. And one of the ways to do that is to ensure that there is no major conflicts between us, because we know that when there are conflicts, then either the business community is very upset and calls on the trade negotiators to solve the problem, or the political establishment takes over. And we have seen in the 1990s a number of those conflicts which have degenerated, certainly across the Atlantic. So the best way for competition authorities to avoid losing power is to understand each other and to be able to cooperate with each other. Now, cooperation is going to be easier if they converge on the ideas of how they administer the competition law. And what has been quite striking is the fact that we've had a great deal of international conflict up to 2001, or let's say 2004. And then after that, and you know, whether it's General Electric Honeywell or whether it's Boeing McDonnell Douglas, Aerospatiale de Havilland, I mean, there were a lot of tensions. Since then, there have been many fewer tensions, really. And one can say that the two main, I mean, there have been three main since the beginning of the century. There have been Microsoft, which has been a source of tension. There's Google now, which is a source of tension. And in between, there's been Qualcomm with China. But many fewer tensions. Why? Because competition authorities, through their convergence and their cooperation, have been able to solve the problem among themselves without involving the political worlds or the trade people. Now, competition authorities have also tried to become independent of the judges because the judges did not understand or did not necessarily support them because they did not have the economic background. And they have invented all kinds of instruments to do that, the most powerful one being the commitment decisions, where they can bypass the court system. So I think that this general perspective explains to a certain extent what has been the development of convergence. In order, at the first step, to convince the judges that they were right, they adopted the idea that they should have a chief economist who was going to tell the judge and tell the commission what is right, and so that the judge would have less degree of freedoms. In a second step, when they went to commitment decision, which is even a more radical. In the process of this convergence, what are ideas which have come to the fore? A great idea which has come to the fore partly due to the WTO failure of achieving anything, but at least all of the work which was done there, is that no one size fits all. And that there's been much more tolerance of differences away from the traditional model among countries. Yeah. South Africa being a great example of a country which has a public provisions in its law which are of public interest, have nothing to do with what traditional competition authorities have, and where it has been universally accepted, and we recognize that the jurisdiction is doing quite a good job with it. And the business community really has nothing much against public interest provisions. It has a lot about the transparency of the process. It really wants to have the competition analysis on one side, the public interest analysis on the other side, and no mixing of the two analyses. But as long as there's this transparency of the process, business community is perfectly happy to have a competition law, even if it has public interest provision in it. So we have seen that the whole idea that competition law should not have public interest provision has died. I mean, you still hear a little bit about this, but there's no program to try to eliminate, eradicate, whether in China or in South Africa or in the majority of OECD countries, because one forgets easily that the majority of OECD countries have public interest provision in their laws. There's been no attempt to try to eliminate them. A great deal of tolerance for diversity. Finally, I think that the last part of what Janos was saying, the part where he was saying, well, we need to find a new reason for which, or a new justification for competition law enforcement, is something which has not much to do with convergence, but which is absolutely true. After 2008, and more recently, there's been a loss of faith in the fact that competition law enforcement was a useful endeavor and that it was meeting the aspiration of people. And there are two dimensions to this. The first one, competition law enforcement. The OECD has been trying for now 10 or 15 years to try to, in its macroeconomic models, to put in variables showing an influence of competition law enforcement on the macroeconomic dimensions of, and the result has been consistently no relationship, no statistical relationship. Whereupon the competition authorities have said this is because you've got the wrong variables, but even when the competition authority stepped in to try to specify what was good competition enforcement, not much impact at the international level. Trade seems to have a great impact, deregulation seems to have a great impact, competition enforcement, not much. At the same time, the fines become more and more important, and ministers don't see, except for Mr. Patel, but other ministers don't clearly see the relationship between competition law enforcement and macroeconomic performances. And competition authorities have to deal with that. They have to promote more research on this, or to do more research on this. Second thing is that economists and competition authorities have been generally oblivious to the disruptions that moving to a state of competition creates. There are people who are going to lose. What happens to those people? And the whole debate that we have on globalization, we also have about competition policy or competition law enforcement as destroying jobs, as making people unhappy. So I think that we do have, quite aside from the issue of convergence, not only in the BRICS country, but also in the developed country. This is the theme in the US, this is the theme in Europe, this is the theme everywhere. To bring in distributional aspects of competition, to have a different type of advocacy for competition, to try to find a better balance between efficiency consideration and distributional issues. And of course, if the BRICS country can help in this, that's fine. But I think that it is a more general problem than a problem of the BRICS. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much for that, Frederick. And just to bring us back onto the debate that we are having is the complexities of competition law enforcement in an increasingly globalized world. You mentioned South Africa, so I'm going to drill down a bit and ask Hardeen. As some of you already know, Hardeen Rashid Susu is a deputy commissioner at the Competition Commission and has had extensive experience in competition law enforcement. And Hardeen, maybe for you to give us your thoughts about the challenges for competition authorities in enforcement in an increasingly globalized world, but maybe a bit of a, if you could, speak about cross-border cartels and whether, the complexities and difficulties of enforcing that.
Thank you, Yasmin. And I think this is a very, very important discussion. And I think what Frederick said about the link, I think we probably need to do more work there. And definitely, I think we in South Africa have not looked closely into that question, but I think we are ready to do that. We should be able to add something to that debate on the link between competition and growth. But now globalization. and challenges for competition authorities. We live in a fast changing world. This is what we see, and perhaps that's why competition authorities, when you look at enforcement and the impact broadly on the GDP globally, it could be that it's insignificant because we are working in silos, in our own little spaces. But things are changing, and are changing very, very fast. We have issues of big data. We have issues of cross-border cartels. I can tell you that the amount of time we're spending on cartels that have been uncovered elsewhere and investigated. The Forex cartels, these are serious cartels that we are looking at. We are looking at the automotive components cartels. It's a global cartel. The EU has looked at it, US has looked at it, South Africa is doing so, others I'm sure are doing that. It's like we are competing. I think there are those that want to finish first, those that want to have levy the highest fines. But effectively, I think we will be left behind as competition authorities. And in time, Frederick, Jenny, the forces you talk about will overcome all of us. So I think we need to look at these issues globally, especially cross-border conduct. These are international cartels. There ought to be some framework of looking into this. We battle to get witnesses. It's difficult, you know, if someone colludes in Japan to get him to South Africa, I think it really takes time. So we need some international framework, some framework for cooperation just beyond the participatory sort of type models, as you may call them. On cross-border measures, these companies are moving very fast. They are changing how they look at the world. In fact, they look at the world as one. We had AB InBev came before us. Their rationale was clear. They want to be a global company. And they said, well, we know what competition authorities are concerned about, concentration here, South Africa, maybe public interest. We're going to divest where you think there's concentration. They made offers. Today, they are probably one of the sort of largest companies, seed companies. All these measures we're going to face. And I think if we do not have a way of responding to these changes, we are going to be left behind. And what I did before I came here, I did a short survey on Twitter. So we are on Twitter as well. You can see it's global. We also want to be part of the global community. That's why I hope we're trending now. So you can see that's our hashtag. The hashtag, by the way, it does not just trend in South Africa. Once you tweet, it's global. So I asked, do you think globalization matters for competition law enforcement? These are respondents. I don't have a lot of followers. But I think they are quite important followers. 81% of them says, yes, it matters. Do MOUs help? I think they think they're helping. 100%. They say, definitely, these MOUs are helping all of us. Which is the most effective international organization in promoting global convergence in competition law? 0, said UNCTAD. UNCTAD 0. This is my followers. OECD 17%. ICN 33%. Don't know, half of them. So they don't know what we are doing. But you can see what's working, perhaps what people are recognizing, is the work of the ICN. It's open. We are, there's a need. I think you can see there's a desire to build towards. Not that the UNCTAD, the OECD are not doing much. I think these organizations are doing a lot of work. It could be that it's not reaching, the majority out there. In fact, we were at the Russian Competition Week last week. The outgoing director, Guillaume Valles, recognized the point that, well, perhaps how we are doing things now, we need to rethink. We need to rethink. And I think this debate started, I understand, in 1947. I was not there. They failed. They tried again, I think, in 1996. There were some agreements. They failed. 2001, the ICN came through. Things are working. But I think it's probably for another generation, maybe this generation, but not all of us. But I think we need to do something about this. I don't think if we do not respond to this fast-changing world, we will make a difference. I think authorities, I think there are going to be studies that are going to show, the Brazilian, experience shows. I think you adopt competition laws, your economy sort of stops growing. And I'm sure you can't blame if the Brazilians tomorrow says, well, let's stop doing this, let's control this market, right, and see what comes out of it. So thank you. Those are my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Hardin. The older generation is quite au fait with Twitter, it seems. But I think that you make the point about a framework, and the comparison that was immediately thrown up was the ICN and OECD, and WTO on the other hand, which doesn't seem to have achieved anything. And maybe it does tell you about flexible formations, where those might be more possible to achieve outcomes. But while we're talking about frameworks, maybe we can ask Professor Hassan Kakaya to give us his thoughts on regional agreements, because I know he's been doing some work in that area. And all of you know Professor Hassan Kakaya. He's currently at the Melbourne Law School at Australia. He was previously at UNCTAD and has been actively involved in promoting competition policy in the developing world. Hassan.
Thank you very much. Perhaps let me just start by commenting on what was said earlier on international cooperation. First thing, I think there has been a lot of diffusion, but there is a large number of transplants, a large number of competition laws and policies that were adopted by developing countries were actually part of structural adjustment loans or trade agreements, and rarely did the country has a thorough understanding and designing an appropriate framework that is suitable to its economic reforms and the rest. So I think this is very important to say this, because it explains why we have today, if I may compare the 152 countries, of which maybe 120 have laws, it's like a large lake, and some part of the lake is very deep and another part very shallow, and an area there was no water except traces of what it is. So, and these differences, of course, have implication for cooperation or lack of cooperation in that area. That's the first comment to say about the type. The second thing, and I think WTO could have done a great job, but in my view, and I agree with what Fred said, but I would add, I think the mandate that was given to WTO working group was to discuss the interface between competition and trade. Now, what did the working group do? It dropped out trade out completely from the discussion, partly because of few leading member states who want to focus only on competition issue, and the Secretariat also put the agenda, and at the end, clearly, member states which wanted to talk, and if you go back to the contribution and discussion and the submission by member states, you will find continuous reference to the trade dimension of competition policy. And I think today, if a serious discussion on international cooperation or a framework is to be reached, it has to include trade issues or interface between trade and competition. A discussion that will exclude this will be, in fact, this is a self-denial, because even today, the major changes, or competition authorities, whether at the national, regional level, consult their policymakers on mergers, on industrial policy, on trade issues. I mean, we know that the EU decisions are not taken by a single commissioner, but taken by a college, which include the major other issues involved in this. The same thing, you know, the FTC respond to Trade Commission in Congress and report on trade issues. So I think to deny that there is no link between trade and competition is perhaps one of the major reasons that is delaying the process to move forward on competition. Now, the question I think that was asked is what, in view of that there is no multilateral agreement, what can be done? One comment on Harlem on perhaps I would be surprised if anybody was asked whether UNCTAD work on convergence would reply yes, because the mandate of UNCTAD actually from the UN set was to emphasize that, first of all, that the competition policy is a tool for national economic development, that it emphasizes special and differential treatment, same what Fred was saying, that there is no one size fit all, and by construct, therefore, the mandate and the objective was not to seek convergence in a particular one-size model, but actually to break the model in order to allow the policy space, quote unquote, and the diversity for countries to look at. Now, the policy space and special and differential treatment does not mean that there is no room for cooperation. In fact, on the contrary, there is a room for this. And the reason for this is that competition policy, as you said earlier, was introduced in the context of economic reforms. Countries that moved from a state where the government played a bigger role into a situation where markets are introduced for this. Now, that meant also liberalization of certain sectors. But unfortunately, in many cases, liberalization was confused with privatization, in the sense that most governments simply privatized state-owned enterprises for various sectors without actually introducing the necessary regulatory and other accompanying reforms which will liberalize the markets. That's the first challenge that I think it was important. Related to this is that even if you introduce a competition policy, or if you liberalize your trade regime and you do not have a strong enforcement, we all know that import and export cartels and other collusion and combination among the two can actually negate any benefit that might arise from trade liberalizations. So for this reason, I think, for example, regional trade agreement and cooperation can play an important role for this work. And today, if you look around, there are regional trade agreements with competition law policy in the ASEAN 10 countries, in COMESA, covering almost all countries, in West Africa, in the Caribbean regions, etc. The challenge, however, is at the level of enforcement, and the lack of the capacity to enforce those agencies, I think, are the major challenge for them. But it absolutely, although there are challenges and difficulties, it does not mean it's impossible to do it. Let me just give you one example which has been put in place by a group of Latin American countries, which is to emphasize voluntary cooperation. Voluntary cooperation, meaning that it excludes the exchange of confidential information. The group of countries, including Peru, Colombia, Chile, and I think Ecuador, set up a very simple platform. And the platform provides for a simple description of a case. For example, if Chile is right now investigation, which was actually the first case, was a merger of the airline LAN and the Brazilian case, simple description, and that email was shared with all the members, which were 6 of them, that the country is looking at this case. So what it meant is that the countries which are also the competition authorities might be affected by the case will simply exchange email and contact, and from there on start a process of exchanging information about the process, how the merger will be looked at, Is this something that is affect also trade in the other 5 countries, etc.? And this type of information now, if you look at the website, there is one part which is public, it's now also a depository of a number of old cases, ongoing cases, which are closed to only the member informed. This type of information provide, first of all, allow the agency to augment the resources and the skills that they can have. It can also allow for the possibility to, for example, many of the cartels that there was a case in oxygen, liquid oxygen case, that was hopping for 10 years from one country to another. If this platform existed 10 years ago, it would have never allowed the cartel to be prosecuted first in Mexico, then in Chile, then in Peru, then in the rest. So this type of informal cooperation I think can be very useful to enhance cooperation at the practical level. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hassan. Very interesting. We're going to ask our Russian colleague to speak to us. Andrei Tsarikovsky is the State Secretary and Deputy Head of the Federal Anti-Monopoly Survey of Russia. He's going to address us in Russian, so if you can put on your yes, your headphones, and I think it's channel 1.
Good day. Добрый день. Я рад встрече с вами. Мне очень приятно, что это 10-я конференция антимонопольного ведомства Южной Африки состоялась ровно через неделю после нашего российского дня конкуренции. Ваши коллеги очень активно участвовали в нашем дне конкуренции, и я рад, что сегодня я приехал к вам. Кстати, должен отметить, что сегодня еще одна интересная годовщина. Сейчас 10-я конференция, но 10 лет назад, как раз в Кейптауне, состоялась 5-я конференция международной конкурентной сети, которая тоже прошла очень успешно. И я рад был сегодня видеть господина Дэвида Льюиса, который тогда как раз возглавлял ваше ведомство и председательствовал на конференции. А теперь мне хотелось бы сказать несколько слов о том, что происходит сейчас у нас, как меняется конкурентная политика в условиях глобализации. ФАС России проводит активную работу по реализации ключевых решений, изменяющих производственные отношения в целых отраслях. Были приняты очень интересные решения, которые стали прецедентами, которые в корне меняли ситуацию на многих рынках. Мне бы хотелось выделить рынки нефтепродуктов, авиаперевозок, телекоммуникаций, металлургии и другие отрасли. Однако осталось еще много отраслей, которые требуют дальнейшего проконкурентного развития. Можно выделить 2 основных пути. Они не конкурирующие, они дополняющие друг друга, но, тем не менее, это 2 пути изменений. Первый путь – это путь изменения нормативного регулирования, изменения законов. Это путь серьезный, эффективный, но он очень длительный. Потому что разработка, как вы знаете, цикл разработки закона и внедрения это годы, а иногда и десятилетия. И есть второй путь, это путь внедрения лучших практик, best practices, в целях проконкурентного развития отраслей, как результат совместной работы всех регуляторов и хозяйствующих субъектов. Мы в России очень пошли по этому пути и внедряем такие лучшие практики, называя их часто, вот у нас название кодекс добросовестных практик. В 2012 году был создан кодекс добросовестных практик взаимоотношений между торговыми сетями и поставщиками потребительских товаров. 2013 году Кодекс поведения автопроизводителей, и сейчас совсем свежий Кодекс добросовестных практик в фармацевтических отраслях. Как вы видите, это все отрасли, требующие особого внимания. Это социально важные отрасли. И изменение законодательства зачастую просто бы не успело бы за регулированием в этих отраслях. И поэтому мы пошли этим путем. Кстати, этот путь гораздо более такой, он мягкий и гораздо менее травматичен для хозяйственных субъектов. Потому что иногда, не забывая о конкуренции, мы должны помнить, что и хозяйственные субъекты должны развиваться. А то еще зарегулируем так, создадим великолепную конкуренцию, а по дороге никого не останется. И эти мягкие практики, разработанные совместно именно с хозяйствующими субъектами, помогают всем развиваться. Я бы мог долго и подробно рассказать о каждом из этих кодексов. Мне они очень нравятся. И нравится этот путь, но иначе мне скажут очень плохие слова модератор. Поэтому я пролистну сейчас слайды, посвященные кодексам. И перейду к другим вопросам. Мы хотим поделиться нашим опытом создания таких практик и борьбы с картелями на таком небольшом слайде. Мы показали здесь в традициях русской национальной игрушки «Матрешка», как эти практики могут развиваться. Мы начали их на едином экономическом пространстве, которое включает в себя Россию, Казахстан, Белоруссию, Киргизию, Армению. Хотим и благополучно через общение распространяем их на Союз независимых государств. Это уже около 15 стран. Мы благополучно внедряем эти практики, предлагаем нашим коллегам им воспользоваться в сообществе БРИКС, которое уже включает в себя все континенты. И дальше, я думаю, по результатам лучшие практики могли бы использоваться и всем мировым сообществом. И когда мы дойдем до некоторых дел, а о них сегодня мои коллеги уже говорили, мы покажем, что эти практики легко воспринимаются и мировым сообществом. 19 мая 2016 года в Санкт-Петербурге в рамках Петербургского международного юридического форума был подписан меморандум о сотрудничестве конкурентных ведомств стран БРИКС. И этот меморандум, являющийся очень большой вехой в нашем сотрудничестве, позволяет дальше внедрять эти практики. В рамках взаимодействия стран БРИКС были созданы сейчас рабочие группы по автопрому, фармацевтике, энергоносителям, продовольствию. Эти рабочие группы находятся уже сейчас либо созданы, либо находятся в стадии формирования, но уже практически, где проходит практический обмен такими лучшими практиками, какими-то прецедентными делами, информацией, не являющейся конфиденциальной. Это помогает всем быстро и эффективно работать. Мы хотим, чтобы иностранные компании в рамках стран БРИКС играли по тем же правилам, что и в своих странах. А то у многих компаний есть такая какая-то странная привычка соблюдать законы той страны, где они основаны, а выйдя куда-то немножко в сторону, начинать их нарушать. Мы хотим также, чтобы они вели себя как дома, не грубили и не мусорили. У нас есть еще одна идея. Мы инициировали разработку Международной конвенции по борьбе с картелями и Международной организации по борьбе с картелями. По аналогии с Интерполом. Мы понимаем, что до этого пути нам еще очень и очень долго, очень много надо пройти. Об этой идее можно очень много дискутировать, но именно в таком сотрудничестве мы всегда добьемся максимального эффекта. Дело в том, что картели, как вы знаете, это самое большое зло. И во всех странах, и не сегодня столько выступлений было посвящено картелям. Потому что они, как раковая опухоль, разъедают экономику. И количество таких картелей, как показывает статистика, вырастает год за годом. Мы уже неоднократно проводили ФАС с различными ведомствами стран мира, уже расследования, при которых производили обмен неконфиденциальной информацией. Я должен отметить такой картель, как картель поставок норвежской рыбы. Это было сотрудничество с конкурентным ведомством Норвегии. Это картель поставок вьетнамской рыбы. Это было конкурентное общество Вьетнама. Сейчас мы проводим расследование, и мы уже его завершили, по линейным контейнерным перевозкам. Это та практика, которая, надеюсь, интересна для всех. Во всяком случае, у нас все наши коллеги, включая Европейское экономическое сообщество, уже запросили информацию по этому делу. Очень интересное дело, сейчас мы проводили, его сегодня тоже упоминали, по компании Google. Оно тоже создало прецедент, который, надеюсь, поможет, коллеги, вам в своей работе. Есть очень много у нас проблем, с которыми мы должны сталкиваться. И в первую очередь мы должны посвятить наше внимание борьбе с картелями. Но, мне кажется, главное – это добиться совместной кооперации. Вот в России и во многих странах есть, знаете, вот сравнение, такая пословица, поговорка, что одну соломинку очень легко сломать, а вот когда соломинки связаны в большой пук, сломать это невозможно. Вот мы должны объединиться, связать соломинки наших сил в один большой канат, и этот канат будет разорвать невозможно. Спасибо за внимание.
Thank you very much, Andre. It was a very nice metaphor. Thank you. So I'm going to turn to some people back home now and ask Professor Nicola Theron whether she has any comments to make about the challenges enforcement agencies face, particularly in the South African context, in an increasingly globalized world. And maybe you might want to look at openness and trade openness in South Africa.
Thank you, Yasmin. Yes, much of the debate has been on harmonization of competition policy, various aspects, institutional design, but I actually want to link a few remarks that I have to Professor Hassan's point in terms of the interaction between competition policy and international trade. The debate is on the challenges to competition policy, and I thought it might be interesting to think about these interlinkages and specifically from a South African perspective. I want to highlight a few cases in South Africa which I think is important to think about and where I think there could be improvement in terms of the cooperation between the competition authorities, the Competition Commission, and the International Trade Administration Council. Obviously, in a globalized world, there is a greater urgency to coordinate competition policy and international trade. South Africa has been very good in terms of trade liberalization since 1995 when we joined the WTO. We've been committed to reducing trade barriers and to opening up the economy to international trade and competition. This leads to greater efficiencies in the domestic market, which benefits consumers. So the goals are comparable to those of competition policy. However, these benefits that you get from international trade and trade liberalization may be eroded if you have anti-competitive practices in your domestic economy. In short, you don't want to protect domestic firms from the gains from international trade. That's why Professor Hassan also pointed out there's been increased international calls for incorporating competition policy into the WTO and international trade arena. That has been met by better or less success over the years. There's still not one regime that's incorporated into the WTO framework. But the point I want to make is a little bit of a different point. I want to make the point that in South Africa, we've had very successful application of competition policy over the past 17 years. So the Competition Commission and the Tribunal have both been commended for very successful enforcement in all fields, both in mergers, restrictive practices, abuse of dominance. And I think it's important to think anew about the challenges of a globalized world in the sense of international trade policy, how that links to the successes that the Competition Authority have made in taking this forward into a pro-competitive economy. The problem is that if you don't have cooperation between your trade and your competition authorities, you might erode some of these gains that you've managed to achieve over the years in terms of trying to get the economy to a more competitive level. And that's why I think it's important to think anew about the Memorandum of Agreement, for instance, that exists between the Competition Commission and ITAC. The cases I want to refer to are cases which are very well known in the competition arena, but I want to illustrate that where there's been successful enforcement in terms of competition policy, often in later years, some of these firms have actually turned to ITAC specifically and have been able to lobby in terms of protection again under the trade regime. So the problem here is that there are firms that are unprepared to face international competition, and they could profitably lobby government for trade protection. So in the end, you end up with a zero-sum game where you erode some of these gains that you have made in terms of competition policy. The first case, and I'm simply going to briefly refer to these cases, many of us are familiar with these cases, but the first one I want to briefly touch on is the long-winding case before the competition authorities of the case of Botash versus ANSAC. So that was an international cartel, the American Natural Soda Ash Corporation. I'm not going to go into the legal history of this case. It went through various iterations. It was one of the first cases where the members of the cartel, the international cartel, US cartel, wanted to argue that there are legitimate cost-saving rationale for this cartel. We all know how that ended. The cartel was prosecuted successfully under 4.1b. It was found that they were involved in price fixing, and there was no defense for price fixing, as we know, under our act. But the important thing is they ceased their operations then in terms of the cartel. But in 2014 then, this case again came to the light in a new form. Botash is government owned by the Botswana government, and the Botswana government then initiated a anti-dumping case against some of these American firms in the soda ash market. And the interesting thing about this case is it was the first probe on behalf of another SACU member. So Botash had industry standing, they could apply for anti-dumping duties. And the issue to me is that finally it was decided to implement anti-dumping duties of between 8 and 40% on these US-based firms. And Botswana and the Botash company, we have significant evidence from the competition proceedings in terms of efficiencies of that firm, in terms of scale economy. So in terms of the barriers or in terms of the standards that you have to prove for anti-dumping, a like product and below cost, some of that information could have also been gotten, I think, from the competition proceeding. So this is one case where there was a significant amount of work done by the competition authorities, which then went to ITAC, and I'm not sure at that stage how much cooperation happened. Then just briefly, two other examples. One other company, previously state-owned, Mittal, that has been before the competition authorities various times. The recent cartel I'm not going to comment on, but we know that they've been fined 1.5 billion rand now. Previously, the excessive pricing case against Mittal, which wasn't concluded in the sense that they settled, but they were found guilty by the tribunal. In that case, Mittal was described as a super-dominant firm. Now, we also know that there's a very complex issue around steel prices in this country. There's lots of talk about developmental steel pricing. There's a debate on whether we need a primary steel producer in this country. But the point is that before the competition authorities, Mittal was characterized and found guilty of abuse of dominance. They're a super dominant firm. And then more recently, they were able to successfully lobby government, and that led to the imposition of the 10% tariffs on imported steel. So remember, the excessive pricing was related to the fact that Mittal was pricing just below the import parity price. And as a result of these tariffs, we obviously see an increase there in terms of the IPP, which would give them the opportunity to increase that price. I mean, just to maybe comment on the complexity, we know that the 10% tariff was granted in return for Mittal not increasing domestic steel prices and not going into any retrenchments. But the point, it is very dangerous terrain if you have been found guilty of charging a price just below IPP, which was found by the tribunal to be equal to excessive pricing, and then you allow tariffs to increase that international price again. And then just the last quick remark in terms of the poultry sector as well. So we know that the Competition Commission is focused on input sectors and also on food sectors. We've seen recent tariffs in terms of frozen chicken. We also know that the Competition Commission has given input into these processes, so the tariffs have been implemented in terms of Brazilian imports. And if you look at the inputs from the Competition Commission, you will see that they focused on welfare of the consumer. They also pointed out that a lot of these trade of the cheap imports actually came from the EU, not from Brazil. And the point is that they then made the recommendation that the tariffs on frozen chicken not be introduced. However, we see that finally there were tariffs introduced, very high tariffs, and more recently we also see an application on behalf of the applicant, the South African Poultry Association, for countervailing duties before ITAC. So the point of all of this is that we have some very real examples where there seems to be some lack of coordination, where the Commission gives input under the MOA into some of these processes, but it's not clear exactly how the interaction between these two actually happen. So in terms of transparency, I think it's important to understand a little bit more how these processes work and what the weight is of the competition inputs that go into the trade processes, because one is worried that if these two processes don't speak to each other, that the gains from globalization, the gains that we've made from international trade, the gains from effective competition policy and a competition authority with a very good reputation might be eroded through lack of coordination. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicola. Now I saw Siyabulela squirming in his seat and started breaking out into sweat and wiping his brow and rolling his eyes and saying, oh no. But anyway, this is Siyabulela Tsengue. He is the Chief Commissioner of the International Trade Administration Commission, which we call ITAC. And you don't have to respond specifically to anything that Nicola has said, but it would be interesting to understand how you see the interaction between trade policy and competition policy.
Thank you, Chairperson. Ladies and gentlemen, let me start by thanking Commissioner Bonakele for taking the risk of inviting the International Trade Administration Commission to a competition policy conference. ITAC, an institution that from time to time recommends the raising up of trade barriers to government. The relationship between competition policy and trade policy, and in our context, trade policy is informed by industrial policy, is a contentious question. And this became apparent in the previous discussion on growth and the previous speaker. The debate most of the time on this relationship gets framed as competition policy versus trade policy / industrial policy. I subscribe to a much more nuanced approach that frames the debate on this question as competition policy and trade policy / industrial policy. Chairperson, since I'm coming last, I've been given some extra time, but I'll be very brief. The most dramatic changes to South Africa's trade policy followed from the obligations undertook in the Uruguay round of multilateral trade negotiations, GATT 1994 and the establishment of the WTO in 1995. And impetus for additional changes came from regional and bilateral trade agreements. This saw South Africa in the international trade front becoming increasingly integrated in the global economy and therefore opening itself up to international competitors. At the time, South Africa's competition law was being reviewed and seen as part of the package of measures to address structural deficiencies in the South African economy. These policy reforms were envisaged to be mutually reinforcing. What I do not know is to what extent, as these individual policies were evolving with changing times, was this mutually reinforcing intention sustained? The argument we are making is that there are interconnections between competition and trade policies in general, and in particular between the Competition Commission and ITEC instruments. These interconnections have become apparent in the course of executing our respective mandates. And on a few occasions where we have had an exchange of information on particular cases pertaining to industries that we would be both investigating, exchanges of information that take place within the parameters of the law. Except for these ad hoc exchanges, we've never really explored these interconnections at a strategic level and what they mean. There's a body of knowledge on these interconnections between competition and trade policies, including technical work done under the World Trade Organization. I've not gone deep into this body of knowledge, but the conclusion is clear. There is an interface between competition and trade policies. How could it not have been so, given the integrated economic reality of the movement of goods across borders and the domestic market? What I seek to do briefly is to share some of our experiences at ITEC on the relationship between ITEC's instruments and those of the Competition Commission that in fact demonstrate that between ITEC and the Competition Commission, there is no watertight wall. Although the respective instruments that we administer are different, we see convergence in government's policy objectives that we both contribute to, promoting investment, job retention and creation, as well as competitiveness. There is, of course, a tension in these objectives that we see manifest in individual cases. This requires that the right balance must be found in coming up with an appropriate response in the particular situation. This also calls for creativity. One of the questions that comes for tariff increases on an increase in low-priced imports that cause harm to competing domestic producers. What ITEC is increasingly paying attention to is that tariffs alone will not address the multifaceted problems faced by the domestic firms concerned and must therefore be complemented by serious supply-side measures that seek to address international competitiveness in the medium to long term. I'm saying this because I know how competition authorities value efficiencies. Equally, I'm also aware that in South Africa, we situate the question of efficiency within our context, the development challenges that we face as a country. In trade remedies that are an exception to the WTO principle of reducing and binding tariffs, as well as non-discrimination between trading partners, there are cases, for example, where dumping, if unrestricted, has the potential of causing injury to domestic producers to the extent of driving them out of the domestic market, even if these were efficient producers. Of course, the question of attribution of injury always comes up in trade remedies. Is it the dumped imports that are causing injury, or is it inefficiencies? Tariff policy does not only consider selectively increasing tariffs on high value-added and labor-intensive products, but also selectively reduces tariffs on a case-by-case basis, in particular upstream, in order to lower the cost of production downstream. One interesting case is that of polymers, where ITEC initiated a review of the duties based on a recommendation from the Industrial Policy Action Plan. ITEC recommended a reduction from 10% to 0, which was approved. This was in 2008. At that time, the Competition Commission was also investigating the same industry. And regardless of the outcomes, what I want to point out is the common goal that had arisen from an industrial policy process of enabling the plastics industry with more value addition and jobs to access this key input material at internationally competitive prices. The respective actions were meant to be mutually reinforcing from an industrial policy point of view. Let me share something that happened many years ago. ITEC commissioners were mulling over whether to recommend an increase in tariffs for a particular industry. It happened that this industry that had sought protection was a sole producer, something that we see in a significant number of cases given the historical concentration of the South African industry. In the middle of a robust debate, one commissioner interrupted, "Are we not protecting monopolies?" And one other commissioner reacted, "These are our monopolies. They have invested here and create jobs here." Of course, ITEC commissioners tend to view these cases from the frame of what is the effect of foreign producers and exporters that undercut prices of domestic producers. At times, competition authorities may view such foreign competition, the result of globalization, as among others advancing efficiencies and consumer welfare domestically. Although primarily concerned with the effect of low-priced imports on domestic producers, ITEC is increasingly being sensitive to price impact on consumers. This is more pronounced in basic necessities such as food. This has come up in the current review of the tariff regime for maize and wheat. These are subsectors that have received attention before by the Competition Commission. I understand there is a running market inquiry into the retail grocery sector. The guiding principle for ITEC investigations in the agricultural sector, which is increasingly facing import pressures, is food security. It's not only the profitability of the domestic firms, but also food affordability that must be considered. I'm now ending, Chair. In 2013, import tariffs were increased on poultry meat. In recommending the increase, ITEC differentiated the quantum of the duties for the various meat types: whole bird, boneless cuts, bone-in portions, carcasses, and offal. Carcasses and offal saw a slight increase, since these are products that are an important source of protein for the poor. The increases were premised on the harm that imports were causing to domestic producers, seriously threatening jobs in the industry. This followed a settlement in 2012 by the Competition Commission on its investigations of firms involved in the poultry market. Different instruments, but meant to contribute to the same policy objectives. The fact that an industry player or players might have been found to have engaged in anti-competitive practices does not translate into that industry foregoing protection from unfair trade if there is justification for such protection. However, ITAC is aware that it should also be vigilant against rent-seeking behavior. It must be responsive when there is a real economic need. The integrated approach that government has taken on the steel industry is commendable. The coordination that the minister spoke about of the package of measures in response to the challenges faced by the steel industry due to changed global market conditions is commendable. It's an approach that also saw ITAC and the Competition Commission being aware what the other was doing, as well as the relevant departments. This approach maximizes value for government. Ladies and gentlemen, I've shared these experiences to demonstrate the reality of the interconnectedness between competition and trade policies. Trade policies that are but one channel of globalization. I have also sought to make an argument for a strategic exploration of these interconnections into the future. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Siyabulela. Thanks very much. I think we've run out of time, so I'm going to bring the session to an end unless there is a burning comment that someone wishes to make, which I might have prevented you from. Let me go with from Hardin first.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I don't have
you have 30 seconds.
Thank you. I think, thank you, and because we didn't have the closing remarks, but I think just to emphasize the point that there's a new reality, and I think this requires a new response for us to focus on cross-border conduct, both cartels and exploitative abuses. And so that my survey, or the survey I did, is not taken out of context, we recognize, and I think there's the importance of the work of the UNCTAD, the World Bank, the African Competition Forum, ICN, BRICS. This work is very important, but there's more that's required. And I think what we probably need as the world is a new deal. And I think what my colleague from Russia noted of the role that the UN can play. I think this is what we put out there to the world, that if the UN is so concerned about human rights abuses, terrorism, and all these other bad things, surely it should be concerned about exploitative abuses by multinational firms through stratagems such as cartels and many other abuses. I think the time is now. I don't think we can give up the power to private businesses, because there has to be something that can be done, at least at that level. We need an international framework that will allow us to quickly tackle these abuses. I think they affect our economies. Maybe that's why we see zero growth. Is for the first time we see this, because we're importing a lot of goods here in South Africa. And I think just on the ITAC, I think we take that on board, that we need to strategically look into this. And by the way, we work very well with ITAC ourselves, because we don't wait for conferences if we have issues. So we would have told them already if there are really burning issues they need to attend to. We have an MOU with the ITAC, and I think this relationship it's a good one. We respect the mandate that they have, and there's a lot I think we can work on into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to close the session now. Frederick, is that all right? I think we've had a good session. I think we need to take a break. Lunch is being served, I think, and here's the MC coming to us. I want to thank all my panelists for their lovely contributions and for keeping their tempers in check, and for a very interesting discussion between convergence and patterns of diffusion. Thank you.
So that will take us to 3:25, and that will mean we're only 25 minutes behind schedule, as opposed to the hour and some that we were going into lunchtime. So thank you so much for being respectful of time. We will now be doing the book launch, and I have a copy of it right here, and the copies are available over there, but I'm not going to say too much at this point, because the commissioner, Mr. Thembinkosi Bonakele, as well as Tanya Begaso, who's based in Nairobi with the World Bank Group, they will be here telling us more about that. But I do want to say that it's in your best interests to make very sure you are attentive and get yourself a copy of the book, because Tanya was telling me she left a $100 note in one of the books. Now she can't go through all the books to try and find where that $100 bill is. In the context of South Africa, that's some real money. And the waterfront is just only 100 meters away as well. So it's in everybody's best interest, just for 10 minutes, to be attentive, and we get on with the program.
Let's get going. Good afternoon. We're going to be very short with this. We really are taking advantage of your audience because we want to popularize this book. I'm speaking to you now in my capacity as the chair of the African Competition Forum, which is a body of the African competition authorities. About 34 of them are members, those who have competition authorities. And really what we do is to try and promote competition in the continent. And we mainly work in capacity building. We have some research projects that we have done together. About 2 years ago, we've started this relationship with the World Bank, where we've done some projects with them. And I think this is probably the most exciting one, because we were able to produce this publication, which really is about a snapshot on the state of competition in the African continent. Because so many people don't have even the most basic information on what's happening in Africa when it comes to competition. Which countries have competition authorities? How are they doing, and the like. I said to the World Bank, I think this is a start. This is a start, obviously, because it just gives you a picture of a particular point in time. So for it to be useful, I think you would need to see a series of this, because a lot is happening in the continent. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised that there are authorities that have sprung up even after this this study. We have a lot of new and exciting authorities in really interesting economies like Ethiopia. There's a new authority there. Rwanda has just also established an authority. So a lot of exciting work that's happening in the continent. And the person who's going to talk about this is Tanya herself, who's going to introduce the book. I only need to thank the World Bank once again for partnering with us in this project, and thank all the African competition authorities for their participation and cooperation, and especially our chief economist, Liberty, was coordinating our participation. So thanks very much and well done. Tanya.
Thank you for also to the ACF for the collaboration in preparing this report. This report is based on the submissions of various competition authorities, and also even from some ministries that have this mandate to oversee competition in markets. We have basically collected information on the status of competition law, also provided some information on enforcement cases and on the achievements of the authorities, but also highlighting some issues that perhaps could be addressed by the specific governments in order to strengthen competition policies. The report also focuses on 3 sectors that are important for competitiveness in the African region. So we have fertilizers, telecommunications, and cement. In these three cases, we basically cover the market structure and some indicators of competition, and also some areas where government policies could also help enhance competition in these markets. So first, it's important to acknowledge that African markets can really benefit from more competition. As was mentioned before lunch, based on statistics from the Economist Intelligence Unit, we found that prices in African cities are, on average, 24% higher than in other countries, and this considering a time period of 15 years. And also some controls based on the size of demands and also transportation costs. So this actually can be partly explained by lack of competition. We have also made some simulations on what would be the effects of reducing the cost of certain food staples. And specifically in the case of Zambia, Kenya, and South Africa, what we find is that reducing the prices by 10% would actually allow 500,000 people to be lifted out of poverty. And this will also generate in considerable savings for these families, especially for the ones that are in the bottom 10%. So this also brings to the attention the importance of competition, but it's not only about enforcement of the competition law and perhaps tackling cartels, but also about trying to have more rules that actually enable competition related to some of the areas that have been mentioned today, for instance, trade, because in many countries there are these non-tariff barriers, but in other cases also trying to have regulations that enable competition. For instance, one of the examples that we have also talked today is about telecommunications and how the rules can actually enable competition in some of the sectors. Also, the report shows that whenever you remove these regulatory restrictions, GDP can also be increased. And in particular, there are calculations also for South Africa, for Egypt, and for Kenya, Ethiopia, Ghana, etc., on what could be the impact of eliminating some of these restrictions in input services on GDP growth. And this impact can border like the 0.5 percentage point. That is important, again, especially in a context of low economic growth. Again, you can see also in the report various indicators that compare the status of competition and perceptions about competition and data on market structure compared to other economies. And then you see that the intensity of competition is lower in African economies, that you have markets that are more concentrated. In many cases, it's because of the economics, but there are also barriers that impede, entry in others. And you have, for instance, monopolies in certain sectors that in other cases are open to more competition. But Africa has made significant progress in trying to promote competition. So one indicator, partial indicator, is the implementation of competition laws. So the number of countries with competition laws has actually tripled in the last years. And also you can see that there are more competition authorities that are current in operation, even some regional authorities. The budget of the competition authorities on average has increased by 39%, and now you have at least around more than 20 technical staff working on competition. But there are still some few countries where they only have less than 10 technical people working on competition, or where the budget is even below $100,000 a year, that actually constrain really the implementation of the competition law. Something important to highlight is that in many cases, competition authorities also work with regulators of specific sectors, and you see this increasing trend of having more MOUs with these authorities, and also trying to use more the advocacy powers to advise the governments on certain policies that can actually promote competition. And based on this advocacy context that I mentioned before, we have identified various cases in South Africa, Zimbabwe, Malawi, Zambia, Kenya, where advocacy by the competition authority has allowed to increase competition in markets. Some important information about cartels. I mean, the most active authority in this area has been, authorities have been here in South Africa. This is basically based on the information also released in the report that we launched in February, where you see that cartels on average have lasted for 8 years, and that overcharges based on other studies can be up to more than 40% in the case of South Africa. But there have been also many other cases handled by other competition authorities, around 39 of them. But in few cases, they have been actually sanctioned. And also, in few cases, the authorities have used all the powers they have to actually prosecute some cases. There are authorities that have never handled a case of, that involves an agreement between competitors. And obviously, it's not because there are no cartels in that country, but it's perhaps because of the lack of resources and to be able to implement the laws. In general, the laws are in line of best practices, but more capacity building and resources are needed to even implement, for instance, the powers to do down rates and to actually investigate and detect these cartels. An important area in order to be able to deter these cartels is fines. And we have seen also that the fines have been relatively low. For instance, in the case of South Africa, that is the country that has imposed the highest fines, we find that it's, I mean, based on the research also conducted by Mark Ivaldi, so you find that here it's the highest fine was 9% of excess profit, and that is below the percentage that you find, for instance, in EU countries. So it's perhaps not enough to deter this. And we have also in other extreme cases, for instance, even a law for the East African community that involves cross-border anti-competitive practices in 5 countries, where actually the maximum fine is just $10,000. So for a cartel. So obviously those areas are also kind of reducing the effectiveness of competition law. The other tool that competition authorities are starting to use is leniency, but it has only been like useful and used here in South Africa, and in the case of Mauritius, they have received just 1 application. But in the other countries, they are still either designing it or the parties have not used this tool yet. Regarding the different sectors that we have analyzed, like cement, fertilizer, and telecom, so you can see that in many countries the industries are very concentrated. You have also many players that operate in many countries at the same time. So it actually, because of this multi-market contact, that can also increase perhaps the risk of having anti-competitive practices that are also across borders. We have estimated also in the case of cement and fertilizers, what could be the benefits if competition is increased and, for instance, in the case of cement, that the prices drop. So, for instance, $2.5 billion of annual savings have been estimated for the case of cement. And perhaps what is more important is to see what could be the policies that could allow to actually make the markets more competitive. In the case of cement, aside from anti-cartel enforcement and also having like a cross-border collaboration, there are issues related to the concession rights for limestone, for instance, and also trade barriers and non-tariff barriers as well. In some cases, because of certain standards that have to be used in certain countries that actually allow only one operator to be able to provide to manufacture cement in that country. In the case of fertilizers, what we see is also that the government, because of the subsidy program, is a very important player in the sector. So the way that the government procures fertilizers also affects competition in this sector. And in the case of telecommunications, in many countries what we see is that now that the 4G spectrum is available and after the ITU discussions on radio spectrum, so there is still need to have some policies to allocate that resource in a pro-competitive way that can allow to enhance competition in these markets. In many countries also, interconnection rates are not well regulated. There are issues with the use of the international gateways for international traffic. And those are some of the areas that could be addressed in order to promote competition in markets. So in the end, I think the main message of the report is that both anti-cartel enforcement and in general the enforcement of competition law and pro-competition regulations, policies, and in general government action can actually support competition and allow African citizens to benefit from markets. And it's important collaboration in many areas. So within the country, between the competition authority and the regulators, the ministries and other authorities, and also cross borders, given the nature of some of these practices, working through the ACF, but also through the members of some regional communities can also deliver important benefits and enhance the effectiveness of competition policy. Well, the World Bank, as Thembi mentioned, is also interested in continue this kind of research and supporting the Africa Competition Forum in actually highlight areas where the African citizens can benefit when you promote more competition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tanya. I'm reminded that I should tell you that there are free copies available of the book here. One of them has that amount of money inside. But if you may be so unlucky not to get yourself a copy, at least physically, there is one on soft copy in your packs that you received yesterday. I'm told everyone who has that flash disk, the book is available there as well. So thank you so much for that. Thank you very much, Tanya. But perhaps one thing that we should also perhaps consider as we speak about this, competition is one thing, but also boosting trade within Africa, because 98%, and this is an honest statistic, which are sourced from South African forestry company, SAFCO, 98% of Africa's trade in forestry, 98% of all those forests in Africa are in South Africa. So that is a serious indictment to the lack of competition, the lack of trade in itself, because Africa trades within itself only for up to 10% of its GDP as a continent. So perhaps boosting trade is one thing before regulating competition. Perhaps that is another discussion for another day. Nonetheless, we are now going to go into the parallel sessions, and I do remind you that Parallel A is here. So Willem Boshoff, together with discussant Mark Ivaldi, they will be here, and everybody else who's interested in those discussions. Parallel B is the venue right next to me on my left here, and that's Richard Murgatroyd together with Professor Ioannis Lianos. The times, ladies and gentlemen, because we're adjusting as we're moving along, perhaps we should take this session up to 16 hours 35. So we start now and we go through until 16 hours 35, whereafter it's going to be a whistle stop at the tea break. You literally get your tea and you move on to the next session, because that's where we can cover time. The maximum that we will allow for that is 10 minutes, and that will take us from 5 minutes, 16:35 to 16:40. The next session, the last one for the day, should start at 16:40, so that at 17:45 we finish, as you had planned yourselves, because that's what the program has been saying all along. I'll go through it again. Until 16:35, the session goes. For 5 minutes in between sessions, we have our tea or coffee break, and then we start at 16:40, the last session, until 17:45. Happy? Thank you. Of course, it goes without saying that there is a dinner tonight, and it's the signature event of the conference. And buses, as the commission staff at least know, they will leave here at 17:45 for their venues, but the dinner itself starts at 19 hours for 19:30. The dinner starts at 19 hours for 19:30, and it will go on until the sun comes up in the morning the following day.
pass the baton. 15 minutes. Good afternoon, and welcome to the first parallel session. My name is Willem Boshoff. I'm from Stellenbosch University, and this afternoon we'll hear three interesting papers, two on that can be described as ex post evaluations of competition policy decisions, and one related to the